pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, this is the portion of the meeting that we open it up to anybody that is not on the agenda, if they got something they want to talk about or bring up or have a comment about something. We can't act on it, but we can at least have you give your side. So has anybody got anything they want to talk about?
I just want to invite you all to the RDA meeting Friday,
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock over to Mathis City Hall.
Good deal. All right. Nobody else? Let's move right in here to the Visitors Commission. So, I do know that I have received a phone call, and I think, I know Randy, received a phone call. John, I don't know if you did too. We all received a phone call about the Visitors Commission, and I actually, and I think other people did too, invited Todd, the president, and other people to come and voice their side of what's going on at the Visitors Commission. So I will put out a little thing here that there has been for the last probably year and a half, maybe longer, a discussion of bringing the tourism board into the county government, or somehow making it a 50 or allow them to go to a 501c. As I've told Todd last night, or the night before, I don't have a problem either way. I just want to know what the pros and cons of, if they come into the county, what's the benefit? If you let it go to a 501c, what's the benefit? It hasn't been within the county government, although I think the meeting that everybody took a lot of information from the other night, there was some history made that back in, was it 87 or 97? 96, 97, the county formed a tourism board, and they feel like at that point it might have directed it that it is a county office already, but we just need to clean this up, whether it isn't, you want to go to 501c, or if we want it to happen that way. So I'm going to open the floor up to Todd and Mike, if whoever wants to be your spokesperson.
First off, I have some packets of information for each one of you.
All right.
And I don't know, had any of you received or seen a copy of the letter from the state?
The management letter. It was presented in audit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You've seen it. You
Yeah.
probably just don't have a
I
copy
didn't know what
of
it
it.
was.
Okay,
Yeah.
they do now.
Very good. No.
It's on top, first thing on your packet. Just to kind of go back and clarify how this all came about. This audit was covered from the period of January 1, 2020 to December 31st, 2020. Once Mike received this letter from the state, he presented it to us in a meeting. And if you look down in here, it says the employees of the commission shall be paid as employees of the county or as contract employees as determined by the commission. If the commission determines the employees are to be paid as county employees, then the salaries of the employees shall be approved by the county council in the salary ordinance. So again, if the commission determines and determined by the commission. So at that time, instead of us just deciding on our own, as a group, we decided it would be best to bring this to the commissioners and have their input on it and let them know, rather than just make the decision without including the commissioners, which, if you read this, we could have done by auditor. So Mike made several attempts with a current and a past county commissioner to meet, set up a time and meet and discuss this without much luck. So if you remember, Raymond Jones's comments in the joint meeting was that Mike had told him he had been trying for 2 years to find out who he actually worked for. Total misstatement. Mike had been trying, he made the comment to Raymond, he'd been trying for 2 years to get a meeting time with the commissioners. He didn't come to a commissioners meeting to go over all this for the sake of not taking up a bunch of time, which unfortunately we're doing now. So there are several things that were brought up in that joint meeting that were very, very wrong. There were figures put out there. There were figures put out to the effect of how much we give different groups or supported different events. All that information I've given you in that packet. The president of the council said that the fair board had the, hard time getting us to even give them any money, and we give them $3,500. That's incorrect. We give them $25,000. And I can go on and on with several. She referred to the amount that we give the Leota Frolic. That was incorrect. And we give the Leota Frolic every penny that they ask for. And I can kind of go on and on, but I'm going to try and cut it short. There was an awful lot of things that were said by her that were not correct. We support Salem Speedway. Actually, we don't support the track itself. We used to until it changed hands 2 years ago. Year before last, they didn't get anything from us. We did support Track Enterprises and sponsor their 2 biggest races over there, which are nationally televised. It was put out there that we give them money to get box seats for us to go watch the race.
That is not what she said.
We can pull it up.
I know, that is not what she said. She said that she knows that you get and you sponsor box seats, and then those are given to people that already know about the box seats. It had nothing to do with you yourself using the box seats. That is not what she implied at all.
But she implied that that was the only benefit
No.
by saying that.
That's not-
Everything that group puts out and everything that Salem Speedway puts out has our logo on it that they can go to our website, and they can pull up any attraction, anything within the county. We have a huge billboard on the back stretch. We have signage on the front wall. Mike goes over and sets up a booth and gives out all kinds of information pertaining to every attraction available in Scott County. And some of us do go sometimes, and I feel like that's necessary to see what we're getting for our support.
Well, she never implied that those box seats were personal use. She said that those box seats were sponsored by the Visitors Commission, and they were offered, or they were, the people that already knew about it. It wasn't advertised to other people. Now, I don't know whether that's true, but what you're saying is not what she said and not what was implied.
So I've included several things in your packet. That is, we're here mainly for information. Okay, the county, the commissioners have 5 appointments on our board. The mayor has 2. In there is a list of the 4 most recent appointments by the commissioners, the letters of appointment, and the dates that they were appointed. 2 of those were appointed before Adrian Smallwood became an employee and started keeping records, and those are Don Cooper and Joe Gibson, which are both here. Don came on in 2000, Joe in 2005. Jessica Jones was appointed by the city 7/16 of 18. Uman Patel, representing the hotel industry, was on once by the mayor, then was removed by the mayor and put back on by the commissioners 3/1 of 17. I was appointed by the commissioners 9/12 of 16, and Dave Wells was appointed by the commissioners 3/4 of 20. And I know several people didn't have that information that should have had that information. Included in your packet is a breakdown of our expenditures for the year,
That's 2021.
for 2021.
Yep.
Mike was asked for that information, I believe on October 11th of last year. He gave the president of the council a copy of our budget, our line item budget. He was asked for additional information that was broken down more. He presented that information 9 o'clock the following morning. And there's also a copy of that in each one of you all's packets, and I believe Mike just gave you another one. It was brought up about the CDs that the Visitors Commission has, and you have a copy of all 4 of those. Those were established prior to my coming on the board, and they were established mainly because the board at that time saw what happened when the tornado hit Henryville, the interchange, and wiped out everything there. So the thought was, what if the same thing happened to Scottsburg? We lost our hotels, we'd have no revenue for at least a year probably. So it was suggested that we put back a year's operating, which it's still far less than a year of our normal operating budget. But we have not, as was said in the meeting, not spent money and just continued to roll that over into CDs, because the last time any money was put into a CD was 2016. Now,
Looking at that, I just want to clarify that. Looking at that, looks like that rolling over of the money into CDs started in 2010, correct?
I believe that's
There's
when the
one
first
that
one
says
was.
open July of
I
2010.
think there's a 10, 11,
There's a 12, there's a 13, and a 16.
yes,
That
and none
first
has
one, I
been
believe,
put in
that
there
took
since.
place right before the tornadoes
Yeah.
came through.
Okay,
Since then,
so
we-
it wasn't all at one time, it was,
Yeah, we
Okay.
we
And
couldn't
that's
pull
where I
that,
wanted
we
to
couldn't pull
clarify.
that all out.
and that's where I was
And like I said,
clarifying.
it was done before me, so I'm kind of speaking for those before me. They didn't want, I couldn't pull out a year or a half year's worth all at one time.
I get
But
that.
now that there's enough in there to kind of at least pay the bills for a year, nothing's been put in there, and we've been spending almost penny for penny each year what we take in.
And the maturity dates are at the bottom.
Yeah, I see that. I just wanted to make sure people knew it wasn't a one lump sum, went out and bought a bunch of CDs. It was over several years. So, started 2010, 12, 13, and 16, so.
And as far as like supporting the fairgrounds, and the comment was made about supporting the Salem racetrack but not supporting our own. There's a track at the fairgrounds, but we don't have a track that has run and is currently being run year after year after year. It hasn't been run, I don't know, since
And
back.
you're on the fair board?
Huh?
You're on the fair
No,
board? There
not
ain't more?
anymore.
Okay,
No, not for the last 2 years.
okay,
So, I was on for a while,
yeah.
came back.
But I mean,
on
you
for
know
a few
the fair
years.
board.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Since 2009, which was the first time the Visitors Commission give any money to the Scott County Fair Association. The Scott County Fair Association has been given over $150,000. I included, if you include this last year's. Okay. So we have supported them. We've supported them, honestly, even though one major project that there were supposed to be new restrooms built and with showers and stuff, that hadn't happened, but they have satisfied us that the money's been spent well elsewhere. So if we had a track like Brownstown Speedway or Salem Speedway in Scott County, we would definitely support it. But especially in years past, when Salem had no hotels other than the little one that's like 10 or 12 rooms that they finally renovated. When ARCA and ASA and those teams, those series were a lot larger, you know, there would be multiple teams. The officials would come, stay in our hotels, eat at our restaurants. But we all know Salem has a new hotel now and they have more restaurants. So we don't get quite the patronage we used to from those races. But that's the reasoning behind it. And I'll admit, when I first came on the board, even though I used to race there and work there, I wasn't sure about giving money outside of Scott County. But unfortunately, Scott County doesn't have a real marquee venue like that to support. But you guys have a breakdown of everything we've supported. You see what's spent on billboards. Mike has copies of the Travel Indiana Guide, you know, that we put ads in, the fairs and festivals, the roundabout. That's just a few I can think of off the top of my head. So we're not really, and I'm not, I don't care which way we go. But I just wanted to come tonight and kind of dispel some misinformation. This was brought to the commissioners, honestly, as a courtesy by the board. We didn't have to do that. We could have chose which way we wanted to go on our own and pursued that. And the reason it's drug out this long was just a lack of communication.
The only part I don't understand is how you could have done it on your own.
It's, if you read what it says,
I got the first page, that's what I
Yes.
got here. It says the employees of the commission should be paid as employees of the county or as contract employees as determined by the commission. And I assume the commission's us. No?
no.
No.
The commission is us,
Oh, okay,
not commissioners, commission.
okay. And actually it says this management letter communicating to the Scott County Visitors Commission and the county council.
Yes.
So where does that leave us? I'm asking, it talks about the Visitors Commission and the council.
Right.
I'm asking a question, where's our involvement at, or is our,
I
do we have?
think with the council, it's because the council still has to approve our
The
budget.
budget.
Okay,
And if,
If they are county employees, they're subject to the county employee handbook.
correct.
Right.
If we go, if the commissioners decided to say, yes, we support your endeavor to go after a 501c3 status, what happens then is basically we continue to function the way we have been, but we report back to the commission then reports back to the county, and it really just adds an additional layer of bookkeeping. The process, the transparency all stays the same. The way we've continued to do things and function remains the same as we have been doing it. It's just the commission will have a board of directors, the nonprofit would have a board of directors as well. And so everything would be clean and simple on all levels.
okay.
Lady got a question.
Well, I would like to kind of clarify the council's, where the council stands as far as bringing you guys on as a government entity, I guess.
Department.
Yes, thank you. You know, so what we were questioning is the amount, you know, you're talking about your budget and 145,000 for advertising, marketing, and grants. And what we wanted to know is, as a council, you know, where is that money going? How are you spending that money to benefit Scott County, right? And so our point of view is, if it's the taxes that are coming in and going through the county budget already, then we feel that we should be able to have input on how that money is spent in Scott County. You talk about, you know, you sponsor a couple races over at Salem because we don't have a racetrack. Well, we have other things at the fairgrounds. Yes, you do support them for $25,000 or whatever, but this is also in county. This is your own county. And so we are wanting to hopefully be able to have a say in the innkeeper's tax that is coming through our funds, and how you're spending it, how you're advertising for Scott County, what are you bringing into Scott County, you know, those type of things. And so that is where the council standpoint is, as far as bringing you on and continuing on or cleaning it up as a board.
Well, and that's the reason for having the board. I mean, if you guys,
But right now,
Yeah,
we don't have a say in it. Right now, the budget comes to us and we have no say, and we can't question, well, how are you spending that money? How much are you spending we can ask the questions, but we can't determine, we can't say, hey, how about we spend more money in Scott County? How about you spend more money advertising for Scott County, maybe less on billboards, or maybe less on, those are the types of things that we would like to input on.
Sure. And
so,
if I may,
okay, go ahead.
because our purpose is to drive traffic into Scott County.
Right.
As well as make our own community aware of what's happening. And a lot of what we do is designed to let people know outside our county what's going on. Because as Todd referenced, we don't have what I consider to be a marquee destination. We've got a lot of great things. You know, we're great from a historical perspective. We've got some incredible agricultural destinations. We've got some great parks and trails. And we basically then fall back to, if I'm looking at all of the different tourism components, our fourth pillar for tourism would be our authenticity and who we are as a community.
So if we don't have the marquee things coming in, you know, the Mater Fest is no longer. So as you as a visitors commission, what have you guys done to replace that, to bring things in? And so those are the things that, as a council, again, our standpoint is that when the budget comes through, we can say, hey, how about we spend a little bit more money here than here?
Okay, I'll address that. So, for one, I guess, you do have a say because you can either approve or not approve our budget. And if then the council decides, if there's 7 of you on the council, and there's 7 of us on the visitors commission, then it's almost like you don't need the visitors
So
commission, then
would
the
you rather
council.
would you rather us, instead of having input on how your budget is spent, us to just disprove it, to say, no, we're not approving your budget? Because that's essentially what you're saying, that we
No,
either
that's
approve
not,
or
you
disprove.
could always come back and say, we don't approve this portion, because it's broken down in the different aspects of how we spend the money. You could always say, we don't approve your budget because you have that, what you're asking for, you have that ability now. Because you could always go through and
Well,
say,
if we already have that ability now, then let's just make it part of the county government and clean it up that way.
I'm a little bit taken aback by some of the language that I've heard, because I've heard non-kosher and we need to clean this up. When someone says, and I'm gonna tell you, just like Mike had no idea that this is a volunteer board. Well, Mike didn't, when I
I
talked to
didn't
him
know.
on the phone, and
No, I didn't
he's
know
probably
that.
not the only one. that
I didn't know they
realized.
weren't compensated for the board, so.
And those of us that are on there because of the best interest of Scott County.
And let me clarify that there are a lot of boards that the county has. Some of them are compensated for members on the board and some of them aren't. We always make sure that Steve Myers is on one that doesn't get compensated, so.
Amen.
So anyway, no, there are a lot of boards that people don't get compensated. For what reason? I don't know, but, I think if, you know, maybe that's something we need to look at because sometimes they may be statutorial that we can't do it. Some of them may be that, you know, they meet once a year. I know you told me you guys meet once a month. So that's 12 meetings a year at least and more if you have to do something different, so.
And the other thing I will say, Lindy, is our meetings are always open. Our meetings are always the first Tuesday at 10 o'clock of every month. And out of the current county council and current commissioners, John Lisenby is the only one that's ever attended a meeting.
I have attended meetings before you came on. I mean, Don, you know, I've been to some meetings where you've been.
But
It was
like I
before- It was
said,
before I was council.
Yes.
But you cannot- But you cannot,
hang on.
thanks, Don.
I didn't remember seeing
But it was before I was on council, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, we're not, what we're talking about here, what we're here for is when we say clean up, we've got to really establish
yeah,
where we're
because,
at, where everybody at, and that's the cleanup part.
yeah. You-
And not kosher, I don't know where that came from, so.
May I, as the person that's executive director and ultimately responsible, when someone uses the term cleanup, I think the general public views that there's something a little shady going on.
I received phone calls after you guys' joint meeting, hateful phone calls.
No, I mean, it wasn't just, not to throw one under the bus, but I think everybody,
What,
as commissioners and council, we all collectively, and
And-
then I'll clarify that, that's what we meant as far as establishing what exactly everybody's roles were.
And we're audited by the state, and this is the only thing they have said. We're not currently under a corrective action plan.
Nobody said you were. Nobody said you were. Nobody at that meeting said you were.
Now that I think a lot of things are out in the air, open, I guess, and I'm gonna say that, again, I've said it in the beginning, whether we go into the county like I think it originally was intended, or we, you know, you guys go to a 501c, we just, I guess, as a group or as you guys, or as your group has to determine which way you wanna go. I mean, whether it's, I don't know, by reading the statute, if the commissioners, the council, or either any group, any of our group even have the capability to do that.
I don't think that I wouldn't read that letter as saying that there's an option here. There's an option for the commission to decide how to classify its employees. They are a county department.
Mike, you want to say what you had found out? And one thing before that too, I know this was started in 96, 97, but ordinance number 2003-4, authorizing the creation of the Visitors Commission. I don't know why, but
I
it was redone again. Okay.
I went back and researched minutes. I assisted Mr. Jones, Councilman Jones, with going back and digging through old minute books a few weeks ago. And oddly enough, the innkeeper's tax was established. And for some reason, an ordinance was never drafted and signed by the Board of Commissioners. So that came to light at some point in time.
What year was
And
it?
that's when, I'm sorry.
What year was it?
That was 96.
96.
Okay, thank
I've
you.
got it on a timeline.
97 was the first full year of
I'm
the
sorry,
Visitors
I
Commission.
That's okay. And then, so, then established by statute, citing the statute, the 7-member board. But whenever terms are used, like in my world, as cleanup, that means we're just tidying up the paperwork and making it all tidy and straight. So that's my cleanup word. So if I said cleanup in that meeting the other day, I was not, if it was me that said that,
No,
it
it
could have been
wasn't. It
very
wasn't.
easily me. I use that word, well, let's just clean up, let's just clean it up then. That means get the paperwork in order and clean up the what would say the misinformation or the things that don't make sense and make it
But
tidy.
one thing I think that everyone involved needs to remember is now that that's on video and people can watch it live and they can go back and YouTube it, how you mean something and how it's perceived. We need to really think about our language because it can be perceived totally different. And people that are volunteering their time with the best of intentions, it's not fair for us
No.
to give up, you know.
But there's a lot of things that are said, social media and whatnot, that can be misinterpreted. So again, like you said, the video, people say what they say, and then they've either got to explain why they said it, because it can be not what was actually the true meaning, and I'm not gonna argue who said water or what was said. But the point is that statutorily, they can't be compensated. I just read it in the code here for the board. And the paperwork there, that was an attempt to correct the oversight that someone never drafted an ordinance or either got it signed properly. So somehow in 2003, it came to light that this wasn't done. And the state, when you were at a meeting that I was at with former presidents of the council and commissioners a few years ago, and we were trying to address this same issue back about 3 or 4 years ago. Mr. Cooper was there, Teresa Benarsdale and I were there in the room, you were there, Bob DeBias, and so was Mike Zolman. Because of the same management letter that the State Board of Accounts has been giving us for about 3 audits in a row now. And Mike knows.
Since 2019.
Yes, and you were there too, Mike.
Yes, since
So
2019.
there has been a former attempt to address this matter. It just never had another meeting until this one, where you had more board members present of the Visitors Commission and that. But the innkeeper's establishment for that tax is solely a county thing. And the State Board of Accounts keeps telling us, along with the Board of Commissioners and the council that's in exit interviews, that the way it exists currently with the ordinances we have in place, that they're a county department. Now, how we look at that or how we move from that, that's gonna be per statute and what makes it compliant. I don't have a preference per se, one way or the other, because if it comes to the county, their books are gonna be ran through my office, and that's gonna be more paperwork for me and my staff. If you're a contract agency and you form a 501c3, then it's gonna be the county commissioners that are again gonna be deciding fate again for you, because they'll be contracting with you or not contracting with you. So there you go. So that's kind of, you're gonna be a vendor at that point. And I don't know if we're forced to contract,
That's not accurate.
but maybe we're not. Maybe we're forced to contract with the commission. I don't know.
Can I,
I'm not for sure. I'm trying to
Steve?
figure out.
Steve, Steve, I got a question for you. Your signature is on this. What was your take back in 2003?
He can't remember that far back. What are you talking about?
I didn't take my privileges today. We were always under the impression that it was separate, because it wasn't county tax dollars. It's innkeeper's tax.
Yes.
And to be quite honest with you, we didn't want to make those decisions that the council's making, because that's why we appoint somebody to do that.
Exactly.
That's their response. The council they didn't have a dog in the hunt, because it wasn't tax dollars. So we appointed different people I think I appointed Don, or I did, but I was commissioner when we appointed Don. But we tried to pick people who were interested in that kind of business to give us some insight, because we weren't experts. And that's why we took it completely, or it was our impression it was completely out of the council, though one of the worst situations I got into when I was commissioner was that over the Visitors Commission are not turning in their budget on time. But that's the only thing that we had at that time. It was not the council. I mean, it wasn't county tax dollars. It was innkeeper's tax that was. And of course, at that time, they were the only ones that had money, so we wouldn't be friendly with them.
To give you a little history about how this all started with the State Board of Accounts, is the Destination Management Trade Association for the state of Indiana went to the State Board of Accounts and asked them for a more unified set of guidelines and structures to audit destination management companies. Well, if you have taken a look at the innkeeper's tax, Indiana Code 6-9, and start looking through, all of this documentation, there's no way there's no way that they could do this in a unified fashion. There's information, there's a separate chapter here for St. Joe County, one for Lake County, one for Vanderburgh, Floyd, and the list goes on. So the State Board of Accounts came back and said, well, we can do it, and this is how we can do it, is you're either Department of County Government or you establish a 501c3. And that is what brought us up to me coming on board and being aware of this is in March of 2019. I did go back because I know that there was a former director that came to the county and said that she wanted to be, she wanted our department, she wanted our commission to be a part of county government. And at the time, the legal counsel for the county reviewed the request, reviewed the statutes, and came back and said, no, you are not a department of county government. So, and that was in 2011 and 2012. So, not to put a lot of pressure on you, Zach, but I just wanted to give you some background information. Today, I talked with, for those of you who don't know, I'm a former lobbyist at the State House in a previous life. So I still have some contacts and reached out to one of my friends up there and asked for their opinion, and they have legal counsel on staff. And after her review is that we are set up as a commission, which is separate to being a department of county government. But as a commission, we have to follow the same structure and guidelines for budget review and budget approval, just as we have been doing. So it's,
Mike,
yes.
I got a couple of questions. One is, Mike, you led to it a minute ago, what's going to be the process if we want to do a 501c? The second question is, why are we not already a 501c?
It's a great question.
I want a great answer.
I've got a great answer for you. First of all, we have the paperwork.
Okay.
When all of this started coming about, I went ahead and proactively visited with some of my peers and found out the process. We went through and I already have the paperwork. It's just a matter of turning it in and filing it.
Okay.
So, I mean, we could accomplish that, and I believe there was a date, Mike, you put out June 30th, that you'd like to see a resolution to all this.
Mm-hmm.
We could have everything filed and moving forward, probably, by the end of March, quite honestly, and be moving forward with that nonprofit status. The reason we are not a nonprofit status, and the reason why our commission has not said, Mike, go ahead and get this started, is because it was the recommendation that we visit with the commissioners, because the commissioners are the ones that initially established this commission. And it was a courtesy that our board wanted to extend the commissioners, visit with you, explain the situation, be proactive in this process instead of now here we are being a little reactive in it. But it was all designed to be part of the transparency that we're trying to do, and I hope that you feel that you've gotten since I've been on board.
So it is your intent to be a 501c?
That to me is the best option for the commission and for the county and for all of the activities that are going on.
In my opinion, and I really don't care one way or another. I'm almost to the point now where, I've about had enough of no good deed goes unpunished. But we're to the point now, if the council wants to have the say on how the money is spent, and they do that, there's no need for the Visitors Commission. But the Visitors Commission has been appointed by the commissioners and the mayor. And to be quite honest, I almost feel like the current council wants to come in and say, we want to be able to do your job. We want to say where this money goes.
Well, I'm gonna answer that a little bit, because
That's not-
hang on a minute, I wanna answer that a little bit. I don't think that's what the council wants to do, and there are other boards that have a lot of responsibilities. They don't have the cash flow that you guys have. They have a lot of responsibilities within county government or in the board that they're on. But some of those have to come back and get approval for what they're wanting to do. I don't think that, and I'm talking for myself, and I'll let Lindy finish it, but I don't think I don't think the council, in what I've been told and talked to the council members, are wanting to micromanage your money. I think they want to know what you're doing for Scott County and what's the best you're doing for Scott County. And when they see you spending money in Washington County, they want to know, hey, is that the best bang for our buck? And I mean, I don't think it's micromanaging. I think it's pretty much saying, explain what we're doing here. I mean,
So I don't think that it was at 15,000 last year, Mike, with Track Enterprises.
Yes.
Okay, I don't personally think that spending $15,000 out of a almost $300,000, what is our total budget? For the year, what is it, Mike?
Last year was $320,860.
Okay, so I don't think that's 15,000, that's the only place we spent any money on whatsoever outside of Scott County. Unless you wanna count,
Print.
you know,
I get that.
advertising in other publications. I don't think $15,000 out of a $300,000 budget is some horrible thing.
Well, I'm not saying it is either, and I don't know that they are either. I'm just saying, and I'll let Wendy speak for the council, because she's a council member, but I just don't want people to believe that everybody's attacking somebody, because I don't think we're attacking anyone. So Wendy, if you want to finish your comment.
We don't want to do your job, and we don't want to micromanage. What we're looking at, and we have to look at it from our point of view, as basically the bank or the checkbook of the county. When we see that you're spending $15,000 here, $27,000 on billboards, and you're giving to the Leota Frolic $5,000, $25,000 to the fair. So those small, I don't want to say small, but those small amounts in county. So when you say you don't think $15,000 to Salem Speedway, that's a drop in the bucket, well, so it's $25,000. What we want to do is to be able to say, hey, could you give some more? Could you give some more to in-county, boards or nonprofits, or bring some more revenue, bring some more money into Scott County. And that's what we want, to be able to have an input. We don't want your job. We don't want to micromanage. We want to be able to say, hey, how about we do this?
Every one of those that came to us got what they asked for. And Leota was 2,000. They asked for 2,000, they got.
It was a general.
But I'm saying, it's not our fault if there's not more people coming asking for that, and we still use the whole budget. We would love to have more things, and
So why don't you take your budget, and if the fair or Leota is only asking for $25,000, why don't you cut some budget? And this is where we would come in and say, hey, instead of giving $15,000 to Salem, let's give 30 to the fair, or let's give 5, even though they only asked for 25. That's where we want to be able to have an input in, and that's where we're at. I'm just using general numbers.
I will say, oh, go ahead, Don.
No, I'm just
Not
gonna
me,
say, a
Lee.
lot of what we support and contribute to is controlled and by statute. You have to kind of read what the requests are and try to figure out a way, how does it put heads on a pillow
yeah.
at the motel? It's not set up a statute where you can support everything, and we've bent the rules a lot of times, I've been president, in order to support local things, technically, we can be in trouble.
If it's
Attorneys don't like to hear that, do they?
if it's
I
putting
will-
heads on the pillows, and I'll be done after this, because I think I've let the council, you know, where the council stands. If it's putting, if it's putting heads on the pillows, and I'll be done after this, because I think I've let the council, you know, where the council stands. If it's putting heads on the pillows, and I'll be done after this, because I think I've let the council, you know, where the council stands. heads on pillows.
Yep.
You're gonna put more heads on pillows by bringing in people and supporting more stuff
We-
in Scott
we-
County.
we
then
want that.
People
We-
then
we-
give more money.
Can I step in real quick there? I don't think we've ever met, but, and I don't wanna mischaracterize, and I was not present at any council meeting, but is the request here that you wanna be part of county government? Cause how are you getting past the opening sentence in the finding from the State Board of Accounts that says you are a county department?
And I'm gonna add to Zach's comment here,
Oh,
because
crap.
I've
And
shared
if
these
you are-
letters.
hang on.
Yeah, I'm
If you
sorry, Zach.
are, the characterization that the board should not exist because council's gonna micromanage, there's a bunch of county departments that the council is responsible for. And just because the commissioners appoint members to your board as the executive branch of government does not mean that the fiscal body that controls the spending doesn't have a role to play in approving the budgets. So, what is the request here? Let's get back to,
Yeah, here's where I'm at.
Here's
And-
what I would ultimately like to request. I would like to request the commissioners' support
I'm trying to
and
stop
approval
this.
for us to move forward with establishing a 501c3 with the caveat that, and I'm hoping this will appease the council as well as other members here, and I think it would also be good. We will do a better job at being transparent. Like I have tried to come here and meet with this commission to let them know what's going on from time to time. And a lot of times it's just here to answer questions that you may have that pop up. But also do the same with our county council. Be present, visit with them, talk with them, answer their questions. As well as with our with our meetings on Tuesday. I think we can do a better job at being a little more transparent, just as you are here, and possibly videotaping those and putting them up on YouTube so that they're available and visible for the general public to see.
I want to be clear, I'm not criticizing the request or anything like that.
Oh, no.
Or criticizing you guys for coming here, I think it's great, okay, that you're, and I'm not saying that you weren't transparent. I'm just trying to clarify, you keep saying we get to choose whether we're a 501c3 or a county department. Where in this does it say that? You get to choose how to classify the people that you employ. So,
Yes, and that's how the.
So we can choose, as the board of directors, we can choose how Mike and Adrian are classified.
okay.
Okay.
And
let's-
that's what
But the
that's
commission
what this says,
itself,
right? Is
but
that
the
what it's-
commission itself is a county department.
It is, yes,
Okay.
and it will continue to be that, but it will function with the nonprofit handling the day-to-day business
Understood.
operations.
It'd be a
Now,
subcontract with them.
And I'm
Yes.
gonna
We would
add
have
to
to
this.
contract with you to do it.
Yes,
Yeah.
Because I'm going,
That
because
makes sense to me.
I'm sorry. I was the only person in the room on September the 23rd, 2020, besides the other people that were at that meeting, because the other gentlemen were not there at the table. And post that meeting, I wrote, as a follow-up to the management letter concerning the status of the Scott County Visitors Commission, a meeting was held yesterday, September 23rd, 2020. So I wrote the next day after the small micro meeting that we had with the players. I wrote State Board of Accounts because we were concerned about the management letter and how we move forward. And I shared this with Mike over time. We've emailed several times. They even sent me a copy of a presentation that they did at a meeting, to try to help clarify this. So we kind of came up with 3 scenarios out of that meeting, and I posed those 3 to the State Board of Accounts. So one of the responses that I got back, this is Tammy. The commission is a department of the county, so there would not be a contract between the two, and any employees that work for the commission are county employees. And this was sent to me October the 6th, 2020. The commission is running solely on innkeeper's tax, which, as you know, can fluctuate, and the commission can only request what has been received. A contract only comes into play if there is a not-for-profit, nonprofit organization such as a visitor's bureau. In that case, the nonprofit would contract with the commission on the services it would provide, and the commission then would pass on the innkeeper's tax that they requested and received from the county treasurer/auditor. The contract between the nonprofit and the commission could have a dollar amount, but there would need to be procedures in place that it would not exceed the innkeeper's tax collected. There really just needs to be a choice made. One, a nonprofit is created, and she stated it is not the commission or a part of the commission. So it's a totally separate from the commission. The commission is gonna be the commissioner's board that oversees the not-for-profits operation.
I would be in favor, you're wanting to proceed with the opportunity to do a 501c.
You didn't let me get to two.
I'm sorry, I thought you'd done. You go right ahead. I apologize.
I'm
You
just
go right
being
ahead.
silly, John.
Yeah.
But remain as with, no nonprofit, and being created, and the commission does all of the tourism activity. The commission still requests the innkeepers from the treasurers to use. No contract would be needed, and all employees would be county employees and run through the county payroll. And that's where I said I would have more work to do. So I really don't care which way this plays out. But it sounds like the commission is not the not-for-profit. The commission is a separate entity
Yes.
that oversees the not-for-profit organization of tourism for the county board of commissioners and the 2 appointments for the city of Scottsburg.
Perfect.
Is that correct?
That is
You just
perfect
got it 100%.
explanation.
Thank you.
Yep.
And that's what I've been receiving from state board. So I don't think the commission itself has a choice because they're appointees of the commissioners, which should be representing to me what they're there for on behalf of the commissioners and the city of Scottsburg. So go ahead, John, I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, and I suppose, we have to see if there's an opening to make a vote on this or not, but you wanna proceed to get your 501c subcontract with us, I think we can do that. I'm in favor of that, so we'll see what everybody else wants, or we wanna put it off a month, I don't know, I'm ready to get moving on it. I think it's just
Well, it's
gonna drag
take a while
on and be
for it
a,
to happen anyway, but I,
that's what it was intended to, what Steve said.
I guess my question here is, my question to you would be, what's the benefit to the county for it to, again, what's the benefit to the county to be a 501c?
To be a 501c3,
Yeah. What's the benefit to us?
the benefit for the county,
Yeah,
it's less administration. Because everything remains the same as it is. There's a separate set of books that are kept specifically for the nonprofit entity, which should match the same set of books that the commission has. So it basically comes down to job savings.
And you'll still report to the auditor.
We still do everything the way we have always done it. The budget that the nonprofit would create to give to the commission with a recommendation is gonna be the same budget that they would bring to the council for their approval, input, and then you ultimately would approve.
so at that,
And
at
if I
that
heard
time.
you
as a
right a while
non-
ago, they can reject the budget if they want to.
Sure.
They can
So
say,
that-
no, we wanna change things.
So at that time, if you're a nonprofit, the CDs that you have, how would you handle those?
Nothing changes.
That I'd have to look into.
Because you can only have so much money as a nonprofit sitting doing nothing with it.
Right.
But didn't you
Can get that answer.
also, at one time, Mike, here a while back, when we decided to see if we could get a better rate on those, we were told that, we first were told we could get a much better rate, but then in further checking, that was only if we were a
A
nonprofit.
501c3.
And we had to stick with the same rate we had because we
I
wanted.
get that, but what I'm saying is as a 501c, and Zach, you might, I don't know if you're a financial person here, but as a 501c, I don't know that you can have a big bankroll in the bank
It's changed a lot.
because the government kind of frowns on you having a big bankroll and not spend your money because it's.
The 501c3's gotta have its own board as well, right?
That's what we said, yeah.
Yeah, so, and I think there's rules on, running it's a nonprofit, right? You gotta spend the money. So I don't know about having a big bankroll necessarily, those rules, and I'm not a financial analyst or financial expert.
I don't know what our definition of a big bankroll is.
I'm talking
because-
about cash, and if you got CDs out there, and I know this because one of the 501c I was associated with, they came in, told us that we need to give her some money. Said, you know, you can't stay in that status if you got that much money sitting in the bank,
We
so.
do know that other counties, I mean, they literally, their visitors commission has millions. Now, I don't know, you know, are they turning that over each year?
Yeah.
I-
Well, again, I'm gonna talk like John did a while ago. I've said this before, I told you the other night. I wanna know the advantages of doing it or not doing it, and if it benefits, who it benefits. I mean, I also understand, the council's, you know, thoughts of, you know, it's not taxpayer dollars, cause a lot of citizens aren't living in hotels in Scott County. It's usually, people that are traveling the roads. So it's not necessarily tax dollars that are going into your funds, but, you know. Huh?
Nor can it.
Well, no, I mean,
It can, it
But
says
it's-
it has to be kept separate.
yeah, I get that, but what I'm saying is that I understand we're, as a council, commissioners or whatever, you know, spending as much tax dollars or income or innkeeper's tax in Scott County to support Scott County, you know, events would be something that everybody pushed for, so. And I'm not saying you aren't, but I know, when this first started, the races at Salem were, you know, the hotels over here were full with race cars and the restaurants were full with people that were doing that. And it's kinda, you know, Salem's got 3 or 4 hotels over there now. They got multiple restaurants and I'm sure those people don't come over here like they used to. So like I said, I'd have to echo what the council says about, you know, helping local events and stuff, and I know you do that.
Absolutely.
And I don't, again, it doesn't,
It
I
might-
mean,
yeah, I'm
the
sorry.
part of the 501c or being inside the county or government is, I don't know, I don't have really a
I prefer,
argument one way or the other.
just 'cause it's a headache I don't wanna deal with.
But as far as the budget, it's still gonna go in front of the council, and the council can still, you know, ask their questions and critique, you know, I guess where you're gonna spend your money, so.
And as far as having additional money or CDs or whatever the case may be, as the county continues to grow and new programs become more prevalent, and I think of, you know, the Ready Grant and the fact that they're looking at a youth sports park here. The money that is going to be generated to support that, build that, is great. There's a lot of questions on how it's going to be done. But those are the type of programs and projects that having a little bit in the bank account enables us to provide that additional support, if that makes sense. Or if we have another group that wants to bring a small convention into town, but some enticements of taking care of their rental cost of Mask Park, Mid-American Science Park, we can use those funds towards that to help bring in 200 people to stay in our hotels and go to eat at our restaurants and rent the facility. And, so there's some advantage of having a little bit in that bank to help and assist. And again, I'm hoping that not only the commissioners but the council will feel good in my good faith gesture tonight and to being more transparent with that group. And I'll be honest, I haven't attended, since my first year in 2019, I probably haven't attended one council meeting. But I've been to numerous commissioners meetings.
But Mike, did you say that the one meeting county council meeting you were at, is that not the one where Mr. Jones asked you what in the world, what you were doing at that? Why are you at this?
The other guys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Right,
get
right,
that
I'm
clear.
sorry, I should have specified, yeah.
Art Jones.
Maybe we
Yeah, so
shouldn't
when we
mention
do
anybody's
try
name.
to, you know,
Maybe we shouldn't mention anybody.
okay, but he was asked. He
Yeah.
was asked why he was there, when we're trying to do what the current council is saying we
Yeah.
should be doing.
Yeah.
Randy,
Part of that was.
Randy, you got any comments?
Yeah, I'm gonna thumb this a little
Sure.
bit. So let me start off with the statement of asking a question. So the commissioners can appoint 4 people on this, right?
5.
5. And that's yearly,
They're
No,
2-year
two-year
terms.
term.
2-year terms.
Yes, staggered terms.
So I'm of the mind to let you go into the 501c3, which previously I wasn't. But, seeing how we can appoint 5 people if it ain't going right, And given the fact that if we do go to a nonprofit, sorry. If we don't go to a nonprofit, we're going to end up having people that are going to end up having to pay, basically, right? And,
Plus benefits.
Well,
Right.
And you want a pay
And
raise,
I
right?
don't want, I don't like the idea of micromanaging you guys. But I think what would set everybody at ease a little bit is, and you do come to the commissioner's meeting, but I think, like we were talking earlier, come more often, is just let the people, because I believe in open government, period. But just come to meetings more often and let everybody know what you've done, what you're up to, where you're going, your thoughts, so everybody understands what's going on. And being as if you as a nonprofit, you have to spend all your money pretty close to the end of the year anyways. So it's not like, you're shuffling into a fund that you're keeping or anything like that. So if you guys want to wait and vote, that's fine, but I say that you go to the 501c3.
I'm good with it. And I like that word cleanup. You didn't mean it as a bad way. There's just a lot of paperwork we gotta clean up and get our affairs in order and then proceed and go
Because
forward.
it's not clear, and so
Yeah.
it needs to be cleaned up so we all understand what it
So-
means. So if that was me that said that, I
No,
didn't mean
it
it that
wasn't
way.
you.
Okay,
And
I'm
that's
just
why-
making sure, I'm
that's
such
why
a mean person
I'd have been in
anyway.
your office if that was the
Okay,
case.
yeah, that's right.
That's why we came tonight with
Well, I
as
think
much
she-
information as we possibly could,
I
because.
think she's right. It wasn't meant in a bad way.
No,
Yeah.
we just wanted to let everybody know that some statements that were made
so I guess I'll
were not true.
entertain a motion or,
I'm gonna make that motion, but I wanna make sure our attorney does do it in the right way. The request here is to start the process of a 501c so that we can then subcontract. Is that correct?
You
And
just- You basically don't want, you're not gonna take them on as a county department. I think that's maybe.
But they will
more like-
subcontract to us and still have to answer to
The
us.
commission will
No.
subcontract.
Yeah,
The commission is a county department.
got that.
The request is that the employees, yourself being one of them, be classified under, you all would start your own 501c3. The commission's still a
It's
county
the
department.
commission.
yeah.
So you're just saying that you don't want to take on them as county employees. You'd like them to start the process to become a 501c3.
Correct.
And what you just said is what I'm making a motion for.
Okay. So,
All right, John's made a motion to allow the executive director and his admin to create a 501c3. So
Yeah.
that's the motion.
And I'm going to second that one.
Randy's gonna second that, and I'm gonna make that unanimous only because the advisory board or their board is still under the county's jurisdiction, and the council and the commissioners can still appoint people to that board, and they also can entertain their budget, so.
And I'd also like to say, probably, I'm gonna ask a little bit, we could change this anytime we wanted to, couldn't we?
Well, he's a
Next year,
contracted
year
employee
after.
at that time, so.
Well, I mean, we could, okay, I'm just trying to say for the future.
I'm not, because once, this is an
Once it's done, it's
employment. This is gonna, I think I'm reading Zach right, this is, who's your employer? Okay? Is it the county or is it the not-for-profit that's
That's
the
right.
employer?
Yes.
So the big question is, who's employing you, Mike?
That would be the
Who are you
nonprofit.
going to have to answer to?
The Scott County Tourism Development Corporation.
But that's
Which is the
also-
not-for-profit.
But
Which
that's-
It's
the
not the
nonprofit.
commission. The commission is gonna be
commission-
worried about how you
Contracting.
contract with them, correct?
Yeah.
But they
Yes,
also,
that
that,
contract is, and is subject to as a county department,
Approval by them.
commission.
And that's what I'm saying, if we
It's
don't
still
like
a-
it next year, the year after, we could change it, couldn't we?
We can change the contract.
Yeah, that's what I
You
mean.
can,
You can terminate the contract.
yes.
That's,
And
That's
that
all
goes
you
back
can
to
do.
my
Well, that's-
Well, and you
statement,
can
yeah, which I'm not
negotiate.
saying,
I mean,
yeah.
Usually
But the other part of
contracts
this is
involve a give
that
and take.
your 501c3 is gonna have a board that is going to, you know,
Yes.
it's not gonna be a one-person thing.
No, it'll still
show
be
that's-
7 members.
So,
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
I made my motion.
And
He
what I'll
seconded it,
do,
and I made it unanimous.
Unanimous.
But
We'll
we
present
still
all the
have, he's
paperwork
gonna
for
have a
your
board
review.
and we're gonna have a commission.
Yeah, the commission still exists.
The commission still
Congratulations.
exists, and you're gonna have a not-for-profit board, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so your motion was for the, commission to move forward,
No.
no, not the, and we'll
The
allow
exec-
separation.
The executive
Employees.
director is going to form a 501c3.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
and then we'll,
An umbrella for all.
And at that point,
To separate.
when he has that formed, then he can come back to us and say, I have it formed, here's the paperwork, and then we can say, we
Yeah.
contract with him. At that point, that's gonna be another vote down the road.
So
Correct.
you're allowing the
That's-
employee to separate from the county situation and go to a not-for-profit
But that's not
status.
happened yet, I mean, cause
But that's
it's a
move
process.
forward.
It's
we're in the
not-
first step right now,
Yeah.
Okay,
And-
so
and
we're
I-
past.
Yeah, I mean, I under, yeah, go ahead.
Can I say one other thing, as far as the appointments, okay? They're 2-year terms, and they're supposed to be staggered. We currently don't know how those are staggered. We've all just been put on there.
One more little cleanup.
Now, yes, that's my point, this is
Thank
one
you,
more
John.
thing that needs to be cleaned up. Mike did say he remembers myself and Uman Patel
We voted for you.
coming up for reappointment, but those are the only two.
Cause it's staggered.
Yeah, now, with that being said, the Visitors Commission has never once been notified that, hey, we voted to reappoint you.
Cleaned up.
So we need that information too.
So
Now, I
that,
don't know what you're gonna do to decide which two are up this year and which two are up next year and which
I'll go
two-
back and count
It's all
years they were
available
appointed
I'll
and
do that for
staggered.
you.
We'll
because
work that out.
We
Yeah.
know that, we know the years of their appointment, so what we'll do is we'll go back and just.
And I'll put
do
that
the
on your
math
board
forward.
appointment form to stagger it like I do the others. And that's, again, some, you know.
That'd be
And
good.
also,
I assume that it's available, the appointments can only occur in open session of the commissioners, so I assume that they're at the normal time of appointments, when we do all other appointments.
It is.
And
I mean,
I'm-
that's the place to start, right, is to
It
look
is.
at a public record that would show.
Unless somebody drops off in the middle of the year or something, and
Well, and most of the time, I'm a phone call away, okay? So if you're interested in who's on your board and when they got appointed, call me, because I have a list, and I've got 2 boards, and Mike knows. I don't sit idle, do I?
Never.
So-
Okay,
So
so
Lisa,
if
we
you've got
change
an
our
interest
mind.
in
I
other
just- I
boards,
just
send
have
me
to stand in line
forms
to wait for time.
that I fill out after appointments are made. So if you guys want to start a form system, I get them from the library, CERD, I get them from other places. That again is a matter of just communication. So if you wanna know when your board members get appointed, me and you work out a schedule, we can come up with a form, and after they do it, they can sign off on them, and we'll move forward.
We'll sit down
so
there
what
next
about,
week.
what about the oath of office that was brought up in the council's meeting? I mean, do we have to do, because that was another
I
thing we
think you
got
do.
banged on.
I think you
is
do.
I can
Yes.
swear you in
Do it
too.
and be sure.
That
Don't
we,
worry
Just
about
come
it.
to
we
me.
weren't
Yeah.
taking an oath of
Yeah.
office.
And I don't know about that myself. We can read statute and see if that's required or not. Some boards
is.
do. I mean,
It is.
Alcoholic
Raise your
Beverage
hand.
Commission
Yeah,
has
raise
to
your
swear
well,
in.
I'm gonna tell you, since I've been a commissioner, we've never changed anybody on that board, I mean, so there's no being sworn in, so,
I remember writing a letter for you, so that was before you.
yeah, sworn in. All right, appreciate it.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, I have to go first.
Mr. Patel, does he still live in Scott
That,
County?
we have questioned that in our last
We're
two
reaching
meetings.
out to them.
Okay.
They can live outside the county if they're an expert in their industry. That's in the statute.
No,
No,
no.
I don't
it
know, I
says
think it
if-
says residency.
it has to be a
It
resident.
says in there that they have to be a resident,
It
and
does.
as far as the
Gotta do.
representative of the hotel, we used to think that that was mandated, we had to have one, but if you
Says
read it,
mandate.
it says if they can be, willing people can be found.
if they could be a general manager of a hotel that's owned by a franchise.
Sure,
You know,
yeah.
so they're not gonna live here, I mean,
Yeah, and trying to find somebody.
oh, I get that.
So I mean, do we
If,
need-
if Umon now
each
is
member-
outside the county,
Each
we,
member must reside in the county.
yeah,
It says that.
And I'm
So
reaching
I
out
thought
to
I had a new one.
we may
Find that
have
out.
trouble finding somebody that actually is a representative of the hotel industry.
the general manager of the Holiday Inn Express does live in the county.
Well, there you
And
go.
I've visited with her.
Okay, we'll get her name.
But, well, the last time we asked, she wouldn't do it.
So does it have to be somebody from the motel?
No, it says, if you read it, it says if you can find someone
If
willing,
available and willing to serve.
yes.
Well, reach out to her
Preferences.
and ask her if she does, and if she doesn't.
I've gotta reach out to
Are you
her.
willing?
and
Ain't got
Find
time
out,
to
because my
serve.
last conversation with him, he said he did live in.
That's all.
One other thing
All right.
is if somebody goes off, which we have an open seat right now. I'm trying to address all things that were brought up. It says that if the appointment is due to the city, the mayor or the county commissioners, if they don't do it within 30 days, then the
Appoint your
commission
own.
can appoint somebody. But we have never done that. That was also said in that meeting that we did. No, we have never done that. We've always given the commissioners or the city the ample amount of time that we felt like, because you gotta find somebody that you, and then ask them, and then if they turn it down, you gotta go try and find somebody else. Sometimes it runs long.
Thank you,
All right,
sir.
thank you, Michael.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate
I
it.
think we're all a lot brighter now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry, guys, but
You're
Oh,
good.
you're fine.
Now I've got to clean up.
You might get a copy of the updated.
I'm gonna give them a second.
Get all that, Marty.
Clear out here.
2020, I think, doesn't have the
Leave
rest.
my part out, will you?
So we probably just need to look at
Those two quotes,
it. A member appointed commissioner subdivision 1 and 2 need not.
Okay.
so that helps a little bit.
And I would have it, but my computer is.
Thank you.
All right,
I apologize.
next thing on the agenda is the youth center proposal. So is that you, Randy?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You guys want to come up here? You guys want to come up here?
Still mine.
Yeah,
Take
that
a
Wayne's
quick.
there, you got football here,
Yeah.
I'm both, so.
All right. You guys can sit down. So, I've been talking to these guys, and basically what we got going on is trying to come up with a youth center for them, a building to use and grounds for them to use. And we have the back part of the John Jones building, the old health, or the health department, and like to get that building allocated for that use. And they're a nonprofit, which they would have to go through the MOU, insurance, putting the county on their insurance.
The MOU is one part, but also the county would need to be named as an additional insured on your insurance coverage. So I would need to see the deck sheet from your insurance company that shows that the county is covered, but also an MOU.
Is that, are you basically saying you want to make sure that we're not holding the county liable, is that?
Correct. Yeah. Your insurance would cover any and all.
Yeah, we can get that.
Yeah.
I guess my question would be, what are you proposing? I mean, using the John Jones facility, for what? I mean,
Well, that would be a place for them to meet and have their meetings, and like the young Marines could use the property back there for exercise and drills, and parking lot for drills and stuff. And they could, call each other, take turns, trying to figure out who's gonna be at the John Jones building at what time when they can be there. Also extending this out to the Cub Scouts and the Boy Scouts, or any 5013C.
That's pretty easy, actually, because the XO for Young Marines is also Boy Scouts.
Mhm.
And I'm part of Young Marines, and football league, I'm part of the football league, so that's pretty easy. We got great communication among all of us, all three of
Right.
those. I don't know about the Girl Scouts, but the three of us have great communication with each other, so.
Well, again, I'm kinda, yeah, I know you talked about this before, I guess I need more, what are we doing? I mean, are we getting, saying it's the John Jones building or the property, what are we doing? I mean, are we just, we have to have, or I need to have specifics of,
I do too.
you're using the grass from this to that, and what you're doing on the grass, or if you're in a building, what is going to happen in the building, and where in the building are we doing this, and.
Okay, so in the building, if it's a rainy day, the Young Marines can, do activities inside the building. On the days it's nice out, they can go out there and do anything they want to out there in the field, as far as long as they don't, they're not beating up the property or anything like that, they're just making use of the property. And the youth football league, they would like us to make a football field back there in the grassy area, which we look at it and it's up front, so it's not talking about where the antenna system's going up, or a cell tower, is going up. And I talked to Kevin, and Kevin says we can use a drag and a bulldozer to go out there and just level the ground up, which basically is already level. We're just gonna level it up better and mount it properly for a football field, and sow some grass.
So I guess with that, or which one's with the football? So with that, are we talking about practices? Are we talking about games? Are we talking about,
We're currently talking about all the above because we're being forced out of the school program. Currently, in the past, we played in middle school football field. The school approached us this past year and told us they want us to start paying $1,000 a year for the use of that field. So with that being said, we're not in a position to pay $1,000 a year to play on that field. So we were looking for a place, obviously, to play football.
so is the youth football league, is it a feeder to the high school?
We are a feeder, first of all, to the middle school and then to the high school if we retain them.
So the school system is going to charge their feeder program
Yes, sir.
Yep.
to
Yes.
use their field.
Yes, sir, that's what they told us. We had a meeting with the head varsity football coach, Kyle Mullins, and a meeting with Jamie Lowry, myself, my wife, Shannon, who's the president of the league, and Beth Robbins. And in that meeting, we were asked to pay $1,000 a year to play, and when we said absolutely not, then they turned around and asked us for a donation of $1,000.
I'm more worried about if the Verizon tower comes in, that would be a bigger problem. What we contracted them, like 2 years ago, Mike?
Yeah.
And and you contact them, and they basically said we're on hold because of COVID, is that what they said? Am I got that right, Tammy?
And availability and,
But they still wanna do it?
yes.
Is that
It's
correct?
not off
Contract,
the-
yeah, it's
contract.
We signed a contract.
Yeah.
You guys signed a contract.
Yeah, but there's still room for them to do that. That wouldn't interfere, that wouldn't interfere with that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna say I'm for it, I'm not gonna say I'm against it, I'm just saying that I need more information of what it's gonna, if we're building a field, then, I'm old enough and remember when we built the first field at the high school, and it was done with a lot of, parents doing it. But my concern is if you're having a football game out there, you're gonna have parents out there, and if we don't have bleachers, then there's gonna be people sitting out there. And the people, so I need more, I guess I need more, and why I'm asking
And
Randy.
it was, and I
I'm
don't
trying
think
to
you
get
came
more
here to ask for a
information.
vote tonight, I think you
Jamie
came
told
here
you,
for
right?
a
For a
vote.
vote. I came here looking for a vote,
Oh.
gentlemen, because I've been I'm sorry, I'm not stepping on the football people, because I think whatever they do is great with the kids. Anything for the kids, that's what I'm for. We've been in business with the Scott County Young Marines for 4 years. We're starting our 5th year next month. We've been bounced around, begged, borrowed, and stealed for a place to have our meetings. We were lucky enough to get into the science park for our first class. We had 26 recruits in our first class. They gave us a room this size, max capacity, 40 people. I had 10 registered adult volunteers. We're getting pretty close. We graduated that class, we picked up new kids, the next year we had to move. Beg, borrow, and steal, bounce around. We went to the grade school, the school down here by Myers Gymnasium. They let us use the old cafeteria. Perfect place. Here comes COVID. You can't be in here because all your kids aren't from Scott County. I don't know who's in charge of the school. I don't care who's in charge of the school. They're not pro-kid. And I said it. I'm here to help kids. We need to help kids. The building is perfect for what we need it for, because we need a place for the kids to be inside in inclement weather. They can practice facing movements. They can have classes. We do drug demand reduction classes every time we meet, because our National Young Marines require it, because that's where they get their funding from the government. They get taught respect and discipline and right from wrong. I have 110 kids that's been through there in the last 4 years. They're not all still there. We're down to like 17 who are still registered. We're probably going to lose a couple of them when we start again, but we're hoping to recruit a lot more. And like I said, I'm for kids. I don't care what county they're from. They can bring them here from Jamaica if they want to. If they get them here in time for class, I will teach them. It's all about the kids, gentlemen. I don't care about politics or none of that stuff. I'm just here to help kids. If you show me a better program that's helping kids besides the National Young Marine Program, and what I'm trying to do with Scott County is get us up to par with everybody else. Not only am I the unit commander for Scott County, I'm the battalion commander for the for Indiana. We have 4 other Young Marine units. One just moved from Columbus to Seymour because they did not get support from Columbus. They're getting support from Seymour. They're getting everybody on board. The Visitors Commission, to the mayor, to everybody else is supporting that in Seymour. There's one starting in Valparaiso, and we already have the one that's in Hendricks County. We lost one in Central, which is around Indianapolis. They couldn't get enough adults to pull them through. In 2016, I think it was, they were the National Young Marine Unit of the Year for the whole nation. And now they got no parents, no adults that want to help them. I'm here for kids. It's all about kids, and if you don't think so, you better look around. If they get taught the right way when they're young, they'll know it when they get older. If you got kids teaching classes to other kids about peer pressure and why not to do drugs and what it does to you, and showing them films, and they're learning from kids, that's what it's all about. That building is sitting there, and it's gone to waste ever since John Jones moved out of it. The health department, they could be anywhere, but they got that great big building, and the rest of it is being used for storage. And I understand that some of that plus stuff needs to go somewhere, but there's military vehicles being stored indoors. I got 21 years in the military. The military does not store vehicles indoors. They're made to sit outside. They're pretty tough. It won't hurt them. You can paint them once a year, they'll be all right.
As you can tell, Sarge is very passionate, but being on both boards, I'm part of both. We could both utilize this in so many different ways.
It's sitting there being used for nothing. We're wanting to use it for something. There's no reason that we can't come together and agree that as long as kids are being benefited, it's not going to cost the county nothing, except for we got to make a little changes because there's rules. There has to be adequate bathrooms. We can use porta-johns temporarily. We can make this work if we put our heads together. If we say we're not going to take no for an answer, we're going to push forward. It doesn't have to be that property, but that property will work for the short term. It will work to get us until we can move into something better. You know, I haven't hit the lottery yet, but I'm working on it. I want to help kids. And if you don't want to help kids, then, you know, maybe you're not going to be what I need. But you got to understand that it's all about the kids. And everybody says that kids nowadays are just like kids have always been. They just don't get the proper guidance. They just don't get showed how to do the right thing. They don't get taught the right ways. And I sit next to my bus driver, back there through your first meeting, there sits one of my teachers. He probably can't believe I'm saying this stuff, but I'm all about the kids. I want kids to prosper. I want them to be taught the right ways. I want them to be pillars of the society when they get older. The only way they're gonna get that, they're not gonna learn it in school. They don't teach discipline, they don't teach respect, they don't teach drug demand reduction. All they do is get them in there and teach them ABCs and elemental Ps and kick them out to the bus. God bless them. I want to help kids and I need your help to do it. There's no sense in putting it off, there's no sense in thinking about it. You can have a 15-minute powwow and think, is this good or not? And if you think it's not good, then,
Well, first of all, you're wrong.
I'm not gonna vote on tonight.
Because
I'm not gonna vote on
You're gonna tell
tonight.
me that I'm gonna vote tonight. And if
no,
I-
no, no,
if
no,
I-
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you did.
That's not what I insinuated.
Well,
I'm not
but-
demanding anything,
Well,
I'm begging.
But I understand
They
that, and
can't
you're
oppose on it.
passionate, you're
They can't.
passionate about your subject, and I am too. I like the young Marines, my
I do
son's a
too.
Marine. So I understand where you're coming from, and I'll be the first to tell you that if you can teach kids respect, then I'll back you 110% because somebody needs to. Because sometimes parents don't do that.
You're worried about us being able to.
First of all,
clean up.
let me
I'm sorry.
explain something.
I'm sorry.
You're talking about a building that hasn't been occupied for some
Right.
time. And this is where I'm going, is that I need a plan. I don't need to
Right,
say,
right.
hey, I'm gonna give you the key to the door, go out there, and I
We
don't
don't
know in a
expect
week
that.
what you're doing. I need a plan of what is gonna happen and how it's gonna happen.
Right.
And I mean, in building a football field is not a, hey, let's throw some grass seed
Exactly.
down. It is a monumental task.
Well, I
So-
just wanted to say that, as far as the football league and the Young Marines, and I know that James is the same way with the Boy Scouts. We will be willing to help
I get that.
do that work.
I get
And, we will be able to police the grounds, like if our parents come out there, when we mess it up, we fix it, we clean it up.
I get that.
We are going to be all totally responsible.
But where I'm
for all
gonna
of
go
this.
with the football league is, I'm gonna go 2 doors down and talk to the superintendent of the school and find out what's going on with that. Cause I've talked to one of the other assistant football coaches, and I called him and asked him, is this really happening? And he goes, well, yeah, it is. I said, so if we can support biddy basketball in grade school from kindergarten to the grades or to the elementary schools, then we ought to be able to do the same thing in football. I played football in Scottsburg. I was on a 9-1 team, the only one there ever was. But I'm gonna tell you right now, when it went away, it was a disappointment because, as you say, it taught discipline to people.
It
And
did.
it's
It did.
not 10 kids on a basketball team, it's 60 kids that can, if they're not the greatest athlete, they can still play. So I'm all about the football, and I've had friends that were school board members, and I've argued with them for years about bringing it back, and they just wouldn't do it. But my point here is, I'm going to tell you that on the football side of it, because I don't know about building a football field and that, what it's gonna curtail and what it's gonna take. But I'm gonna go to the school board and I'm gonna call them and I'm gonna ask why they're doing what they're doing and find out if we can work something out the other way, because that football field is gonna be costly. I mean, and it's just not planting grass seed and there it is. mean,
I wanna
it's
get
gonna
this
be-
on record. I agree with Mike Jones.
Which one? The rapper?
Mike, I just want to add one more thing here. I know you asked about the plan. You
I'm
mentioned
sorry.
bleachers and stuff. We've played at other places
No
that
bleachers,
didn't
right.
have bleachers.
I'm gonna take that.
We did,
got
we
you
did
covered.
basically everyone took lawn chairs.
Oh, I get that.
There's multiple fields, even Madison's is the same way right now.
Exactly.
They don't have bleachers. That's something that you can work towards after the field's established. Then you can get grants and whatnot to get that stuff. You know,
Which Jamie told, I was gonna tell you before you guys all cut me off.
They got you off.
Jamie Coe reached out and said that they got like $6,000 that they could help provide. As far as, what the John Jones building needs, yes, eventually it's gonna need restrooms. We might be talking in the neighborhood of $20,000-$30,000, because it's the type of building it is and all the hoops we gotta jump through to get that. But Scott County it don't do enough for the youth. And, when you look at it.
And we work hard. We work hard for the.
You do.
And when you look at what is $20,000 to $30,000 you know, when you look at the benefits, and then, again, we spent $1 million into a building that we're not getting use out of. And I say, if we're not gonna do anything with it, then let's give it to the use.
I understand
The
y'all
building-
need a plan.
The building is ours. So
We
we
got
spend
so much
$20,000
to
to
offer.
$30,000 in restrooms. We're not giving it $20,000 to $30,000 to them. We're fixing up our own bathrooms in our own building, and we're letting them use it.
And
And
I mean-
I'm not denying that, I'm saying I need it, just like before, when we had people come in here and go, well, let's build a corners room in the, I'm gonna use the John Jones building, for instance. There wasn't a plan, it was just, hey, let's build it, you know, but there has to be, I need to see numbers, and I need to know what it's gonna cost, I need to know what area you're gonna talk to, or what you're talking about, because, you know, some of that needs to
There
be
may be better
separated,
areas.
it needs to be separated off or whatever, and quite honestly, is the best place for your guys, because,
It took us 20 years to get, it took us, the youth league, 20 years to get school, we get football back in
I'm telling you, I know.
in Scott County. So, and we were on that board that did that.
I was at the
you know,
meeting, I was
so-
at the meeting when they took football away, and I didn't
Yeah,
like it
so,
then,
I mean, you know, we work hard, so we're not gonna give up, we want to help our youth.
I'm gonna tell you that I'm
Working on a
going,
plan is, we're good with working on plans, we're, you know,
Yeah.
working with
I'm gonna-
people and.
my question is what would it hurt?
I'm not saying it's gonna hurt
who would
anything,
it
I want a
hurt?
plan, besides you just tell me, I can go out there and give me the key to the door, and you're gonna go in there and everything's gonna be great. I need a plan that says that
We
what area
understand
do you want, how, I mean, cause, you know, the heat, the electric, everything else in that building, you know, we need to know, if you're gonna take this area, that area, some of it, not of it, I mean, there just can't be, let's go to the John Jones building and me give you the keys tonight. I mean, I want a plan of what it is, and I don't know, the football field, that is I mean, we're talking about building a sports complex, and that's 2024, 25, I mean, we're talking about a
Now,
football
that
field.
sports complex is Taylor suited for baseball, is that correct?
No, it's actually, there's 3 different projects going on with that sports complex. There's a basketball, volleyball, indoor.
Where the sports complex will do what you guys need.
It is, down the road.
Here's the deal with the sports complex. It's $10 million that we have to come up with some way or another, and it is so far out there right now, we cannot say whether or
It's
not
not
that's,
10.
it's. I was talking to Jamie Coker this
Well, you
morning.
said that earlier
and
in the meeting,
She
and-
told me on the phone that they want us to put together a $10 million box.
Okay, well, that's different than what I was told, so.
I get that, but, the thing is, what we're trying to do tonight is just say, you guys are open to the idea, and if you want more information than what I gave you tonight, which I've already told you is gonna be the back part of the John Jones building. The heat and stuff, we pretty much keep in there anyways. We keep stuff active, so that's not gonna change. So we're really talking about $30,000, and I understand, you know, a football field sounds like it could be expensive. You know, it's grass, they're not asking for AstroTurf, are you?
No, sir.
I mean,
We're just asking for a place to play.
wouldn't you be happy with just pretty much a flat yard that?
We
We've played it, we've done it
We'll
before.
play with concrete if that's where you gave us.
So, you know, I'm just saying, let's not make this a bigger deal than it has to be. I know we can't vote on it tonight, but I'd be glad to take you out there and show you, if you'll give me a time, anytime that both of you are available, to walk with us and
Well, that's
Sarge, and if you're available, and we can look at it. But I mean,
And I'm.
some of this ain't as hard as
and
it has to be.
And again, I mean, I'm not saying I'm not for it, I mean, cause I've seen your guys, and I've seen yours, cause I've got a nephew that plays with you guys, but my point here is that I need to know a plan besides just, you know.
What do you want in your
and-
plan? That's what.
You gotta have a
I mean,
scope. You gotta-
you're
you
just
have-
telling me, hey, the John Jones building's open out there, let's go use it, I mean,
I've addressed all the needs.
You have to have a
Well-
scope of use for state board of accounts for county property that's used by a third party. So exactly like we did with Thrive. There was an MOU that described each of these entities that you talked about needs to be able to describe what they want to do exactly to use the property for, not just generally, we wanna play football, we wanna run drills. What are you doing out there? Where are you doing it? When are you doing it? Because if you want multiple groups, right, it's not just gonna be an agreement that we're gonna just put our hands up and say, you all figure it out. This all needs to be written down in a contract. We are accountable, not just to taxpayers, but to state board of accounts, and we have to follow the rules. In addition, if we're gonna make a $30,000 purchase to alter the John Jones building, I believe that falls under public purchasing, which would require us to do some type of bidding to get a contractor out there
And an engineer.
and an engineer, get it approved. I mean, there's a couple different steps here that are
So-
legally required.
Yeah.
So you would need us to like go with you out there and say, we can do this, and we would like to do this, and put it to you that way, because right now, I don't know what that property out there looks, I know what the John Jones building looks like, but I don't know what's out there, I don't know if Sarge has been back there, or,
I've been back there.
so, you know, but there is, it's a lot of possibilities of things we can do, you know, and it depending on what the plan looks like.
I got another.
It's
I'm
kind
gonna
of,
ask
if you
you,
build it, they will
I'm
come.
gonna ask two different questions, because I'm gonna ask you a question, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I'm gonna ask you, the school told you that they were gonna charge you $1,000 to play on the football field.
Yeah.
Is there other facilities that they have that you could play on?
Not that they have, no, we currently
Is there a
practice.
soccer field at the junior high that you can pay for, where the old track used to be?
At the where?
At where the football stadium is now?
Yeah.
As you're driving in to make the big curve, there's two softball fields over here, there's also a
Okay,
soccer
yeah,
field
yeah,
here,
yeah.
could you not play there?
No,
Why?
the city doesn't want anybody using that.
It's not the city, it's school owns that.
That, you
If
talking
that
about
was,
the old,
if that was set up
you talking about the Warrior Reservation?
No.
between the middle school, the new middle school.
When you're driving into the
Right
back,
next to the.
Us old
What they
timers
use for
remember the
soccer.
track.
yeah, that's where the cinder track was.
Yeah.
for us old
It's not
guys.
there, you wouldn't even recognize it now.
I know where you're talking about with the soccer.
But also, the other thing is the high school, what are they doing at the soccer field out there?
Playing soccer.
Do they play
When
soccer
they
every
took the
day?
when they took the goalpost down many years ago, that was a permanent.
I know that now, but I'm saying that, you know,
Our very first year that we were together, as a youth league, they let us play on that field, but they wouldn't let us after that. I know that was my document.
well, I'm gonna do you a favor, I'm gonna try to reach out to somebody.
We practiced down at the YMCA field.
Yeah.
The park
Joe
down there.
Wilson.
That's where we practice at. And the city lets us use the building
Yeah.
there for some storage and whatnot. So,
Let me see if I can reach out to some people and get some more clarification on that for you guys. 'Cause as I said, I talked to one of the assistant coaches and,
you say assistant coaches, who exactly are you talking about?
Stephen Carey.
Well, that explains a lot.
Like that.
I'll just let that stay right where that's at.
Anyway, that's who I'm gonna reach out to. Back to you.
Yes, sir.
What kind of facilities do you need? Are you needing a place where you can go in and get out of the shelter on times, or you need grassy area to go out and?
Yes, sir.
And drill, or what? So you need,
The parking lot is perfect because for some reason, I don't know if they had lights on the poles or if they're still there or whatever, but there's
It's all
poles.
lit up
There's,
out there.
there's telephone poles all through the parking area. And you can stand there with a compass and shoot an azimuth at a telephone pole and then teach a kid how to do it. And then now, what's the azimuth to that telephone pole? And they learn by using stuff that's just not readily available anywhere else. I can use that whole property for all kinds of stuff. I can bring in the whole battalion and have battalion close order drills. That's marching around and doing left face and right face at the right time. I can bring probably 100 kids in here for a weekend, put kid heads on pillows in your motels.
Yes.
If given the opportunity, I can make that whole place
We can
into
make
a
it into
complex
an encampment.
that
so your needs are not necessarily indoors.
that we have to have a place in case you're having, we drill from 1 to 4:30, so we're there for 3.5 hours. So if we're there at 1 and it's all bright and shiny and we're out there marching around, then here comes a thunderstorm, we can't send the kids away because
So
we
is
have to
there,
put
is
them
there a
indoors.
specific time, date that you are normally meeting?
We go
Saturday.
for 13 Saturdays in a row, twice a year.
So
One of the
13
things, yes,
Saturdays.
one of the things we do too, at least twice a year, is we do an encampment, which is a whole weekend, and we take, and that would be a grassy area, where we go and we pitch tents, and we teach them how to, you know, fire safety, we teach them drills, we teach them first aid, all kinds of, you know, things like that.
Okay.
That's similar to the Boy Scouts too, they do the same thing as well.
So you're needing an indoor area plus some grassy area to do
And the
stuff,
park,
or parking lot.
the parking lot is perfect, the grass area is perfect, because we can go out there and do stuff as well. But, it's just not us. It's like you said, the Boy Scouts,
I get that.
the 4-H, you know, I know they got the fairgrounds and stuff.
I'm just trying to find I'm just trying to find what you're needing, and then see if we can fix your football thing without, you know, creating another field in the county. But the other part, we need to fix, and I'm not against it, utilizing the John Jones building. It is at $800,000, you know.
That's what we pay for.
Well, that's the health department, and that's a utilized area, so, anyway, I'm not saying no, I'm saying I wanna know, and let me absorb what you're saying, and what you're saying, and, what Randy's saying, cause I'm not against this, I just wanna, I wanna know, I thought I was gonna get a comprehensive plan of, hey, here's what we're talking about, here's what we need, but I'm not against it. I'm just saying that tonight we can't vote for it, because it, you know, we're talking about something that, you know, with you being a third party, that we have to go through some legal stuff. But I'm not saying I'm not against it, because I'm, you know, I got grandkids too, and I want them all to experience the same thing, and I got 3 grandkids that are of the Marine, and they walk like Marines, so. But anyway, John, you got anything else?
No, sir, you said it all. I agree with you. I agree with you.
If you're needing a more comprehensive plan, then how about, making out a list of what answers you're needing? So we can go ahead and knock those, not tonight, but we can go ahead and get those answers for you.
I'll get
So
that.
that the next meeting we come to,
And maybe
we can
schedule,
actually do something about it instead of,
I'll
I
go
just
out
don't wanna
and
keep
look.
kicking this down the road.
I mean, I can go out and meet with Randy out there, and he can describe what, or John and I both can go out there and he can describe what he's talking about, what you guys have discussed, and then we can get an eye on what you're talking about. But, you know, don't think for 1 second that we're not, we're saying no, because I'm not, and to any of you, so.
We maybe find some alternatives.
But there might be something else out there that might even be better for you than what we can provide for you.
We have fallback locations like the Masonic Lodge. As long as they're not having something going on, they'll let us use the basement in case, you know, back when we couldn't use the science park for whatever reason. And I always thought it was good because the kids got used to, everything's not always the same, you gotta learn to adjust, teaching them that type stuff, but there's nothing like having your own home. A place where you know where we're gonna be, this is ours, you can dress it up, you can make it pretty, you can take care of it, you can have pride in it.
Yep.
Stuff of that nature, and that's what I'm looking for, is anywhere in the county that would help with that.
Sometimes you can hang your own American flag and hang your
Yes.
Marine flag.
We've
and
wore our stuff
Marine
out,
banner and-
see, this is beautiful, but ours is taken down and put in a trailer every week, now they're wore out, and they're only 4 years old, so.
All right.
But
Well, let us get some more information, go out and meet with Randy and have him walk us through whatever. I'm gonna do what I told you about the football field, and I'll do what I told you about the other. If this isn't gonna be an ideal situation, even though you're saying it is, and we might know of another place, somebody might watch this meeting tonight and go, hey, I've got a building, they can come anytime they want. So, anyway, give us the opportunity to do some more research and get some more knowledge, more knowledgeable about what we need to do. Okay?
sounds good, sir.
All right, appreciate it.
Thank you,
Appreciate your
John.
time, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming, guys.
Moving on, JSE Engineering on Traffic Study.
Boy, that hurts to agree with you. That kinda hurt the.
I thought it did. I felt the room shake. Come on up.
First of all, I'd like to thank ladies and gentlemen tonight for the time on your lengthy agenda. My name is Brad Isaacs. I serve as the project engineer for Jansen Spons Engineering. I'm also the office manager for the Columbus office in Columbus, Indiana. And I've recently been appointed to the team leader for the bridge inspections for Jansen and Spons, and that covers the south half of the state of Indiana. I wanted to hand out to you gentlemen here this evening some statement of qualifications, as well as
Thank you.
the forte. I've got 15 years of construction inspection, providing for the numerous LPAs here in southern Indiana. Certainly take pride in that, as well as the rest of the things that I do for Jansen and Spons and my clients as well. Certainly want to be mindful of your time here this evening. I understand some of the challenges you guys are up against, certainly things that need to be discussed. Our services range from bridge inspections, construction inspection, bridge design, bridge inspections. There's no project too large or too small. We have in the past done a lot of work for Henryville on sanitary sewer. We've done some water main work for the city of Brownstown, the city of Seymour as well. Numerous projects for the city of Columbus and other LPAs throughout southern Indiana here. Our headquarters is based out of Indianapolis, Indiana. We also have a office in Florida as well as one in Canada. So we recently expanded to that. I just want to let you guys know that I thank you for the opportunity to consult with you in the recent past concerning some traffic studies, some challenges that we have before us. Challenge that all LPAs have, no matter who you are, is budget. So anytime that we can extend professionalism to you to save you guys money and get the same result that you're needing in the past, I want to let you know that that is our focus, not only to Scott County, but Jackson County, the city of Seymour, and all of our clients. So I wanted to make sure that you knew that there was no job too small. Everybody says Scott County. Well, Scott County is a local government. They have everything else going on that the large governments have. It's just at a different scale. The importance is no less, and it needs to be dealt with such. Deadline's a deadline, deadlines need to be met. Your guys' needs need to be met. In order to meet your needs, meet them efficiently, they have to be met with professionalism and representation. I'm here this evening to petition you gentlemen to allow services in the future. For that, I certainly want to let you know that I was born and raised in Jackson County. Please don't hold that against me. But I am within a 20-minute ride of being on your doorstep. And I feel that that is a huge accomplishment. And I did say to the ladies, I was hoping Steve was going to be in to catch that for him, but he stepped out. So anytime I can poke him, I certainly take the opportunity to do so.
Why does everybody know Steve Meyer?
Well, I've worked with Steve on numerous projects in the past.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think so, for good notes. But we have found a way to find that common ground with him, Andrew Boswell, and work together hand in hand. It has worked out very good for us. So I want to let you know that relationship's there as well. Mr. Lisenby, I certainly appreciate your representation down at the AIC meeting down at Belterra.
Yep.
Certainly applaud that. I certainly invite you gentlemen for the next one on March 23rd. There's our district meeting down at Belterra again. There's some legislative issues that's going to be discussed. And again, you guys are head of the local government here, and I think that's an opportunity for you not only to learn of the new things that's coming our way. You know, if you're first in line, chances are always better that you're going to get what you're after. So, wanted to make sure that was done. Also, again, be mindful of your time. I'm going to give you a contact for a future.
Thank you.
And you guys can, at your own time and your own convenience and comfort, of course, review the packet of qualifications. Anything that you guys need or any questions, again, no matter how great or how small, please contact me. I'm here to be of service. In closing, I'm old school. I do want to comment on what these gentlemen were saying. It's easier to grow strong children than it is to mend broken men. So in all your decisions as you go forward, please keep that in mind. Like you said, you have grandchildren. We want to see those grandchildren grow up to be productive citizens here in the county. They can only do that with guidance, and unfortunately we don't get the guidance and the discipline that we all once got when we was younger. I'm not going to make judgment whether that's good or bad, but I thank my dad for every whooping I ever got.
You didn't at the time, though.
I didn't at the time.
I got a much way.
I was upset with him for quite a while, but now that I'm older and gained a little bit of wisdom, I certainly thank him. So I applaud what you guys are doing. Again, I understand you have a lengthy agenda. Statement of qualifications there, my pamphlet for my fortes there. I'm a phone call away. In 20 minutes, I can be sent to your desk. So please feel free to reach out to me if I can help you in any way. The service is here.
All right.
Appreciate you coming in.
Yes, sir.
Just real quick, not too long ago, you reached out, we was talking to each other about the traffic studies and
Yes,
saying
sir.
how Jackson County.
Yes, sir.
and You provided Tammy with the information on the background of that.
I'm Brad, that's
Community, oh,
correct.
hi Brad.
Yeah.
What
Email
Mr. Julie is
person.
referring to is you guys had some traffic issues that came up, and you'd have some studies done, so on and so forth, to follow the channels at the time you thought were appropriate to make changes for the safety and betterment of your community. Certainly applaud that. But I was able to bring to Mr. Julian and you gentlemen's attention that there's other ways to conduct those measures, lawfully ways to conduct those measures, save you lots of money, put anywhere from $20,000 to $35,000 in your pocket, I'd like to guess. And I'd also want to bring it to your attention at this time that those services were rendered to you out of interest and betterment of Scott County. And I also want to remind you that not a bill one was sent. I did that all out of professional courtesy. That's the way I do business. And I recognize those ways, and anytime that I can save my client money, that has to be my number one interest. Because there's always going to be things that come along that needs to require engineering services, so on and so forth. Like I said, I'm from Jackson County. We ain't got a lot of money either. So when the county council comes to me, or the highway department comes to me and says, hey, what can we do here? How can we take another look at this, put a little spin on it, and still get the end result? We sat down. First of all, communication. Communication is the key to success. We sit down, we communicate, we evaluate, we come up with an answer. A budgetary answer, an answer that is very attractive to most local governments. So that's the way we will be handling ourselves. That's the approach we'll be taking in the future. And I certainly look forward to the opportunity to be able to do business and provide services for Scott County in the future. If you have any questions, please reach out to me. I'll be more than happy to facilitate.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
One real quick. We had talked about lowering the speed limit, and I think you called it in the hub areas. We're going on the speed limit, that's why I'm going back over this. And I talked to you a while back about maybe in some of these subdivisions, the speed limit would be 30 instead of 50. I didn't know if you'd pursued that anymore. If not, I'll let it go and we'll talk
No,
later about it.
I think the statute defines, speed limits based on an urban area. When you look at the definition of urban area, I think that it has to do with how compact the houses are.
Mhm.
So I think it depends on how compact that subdivision's housing actually is, whether or not the state code already provides that the speed limit in an urban area is
30, we said.
prima facie like 30 miles per
Yeah.
hour. Yes.
And the only reason I bring that up is it'd be state law, it wouldn't be a county ordinance.
No, that's state
And
law.
some of these things could be, if we can figure out these areas,
Correct.
we don't have to do anything except for put some signs up and say speed limit 30 miles an hour. But we have to define the areas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding of what the
Okay.
code says.
And I think we ought to, I don't know how we would do that, but maybe we could get together somehow or other and find out what the law requires and take them piece by piece maybe.
Yep.
That's better than an ordinance, I think.
So I think urban, like you think of city, right? That's not how the traffic code actually defines urban.
Yeah, thank you. Okay,
Behave yourself.
thank you, thank you. Well, anyway, I'd just like to kind of work on that, and I don't know if we work through the highway department, probably better to find out those areas. I won't push it any further, I just want to make that up.
If I could pull it up, I would.
Thank you.
Tom, I know you're back. You talked about this once before about, I guess, and you brought another light to me. I didn't realize that Scott County had a Scott County Weed Control Board.
Yes, an ordinance.
But I'm gonna let you go ahead and talk.
Okay. For the record, I guess, or whoever's out there and visitors, I'm Tom Springston, your agricultural extension educator, working for Purdue University here in Scott County. Half-time, you know how the full-time or turns into full-time, but anyway. Two things first, I'm not interested in turning my 10 minutes time into an hour and 10 minutes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And secondly, when it talks about weed boards, we're not talking about marijuana weed. This is noxious weeds.
Take some money.
But the other, Miss Tammy helped me one day put a bit of time. We did go back because I knew this had been established another time. So she helped me to find out where we had this ordinance, was first established July 1st of '85. So we actually have a weed board. I guess I'm asking and coming for y'all to activate it or reactivate, whatever word we want to use, that it's been stagnant, if that's the word, or
It
inactive.
got lost in the weeds.
Do we
Yeah, it got lost
appoint,
in the
do we
weeds.
appoint a board, or do you have
Yes.
members you would bring
Can
to
you,
it?
can you
I
explain
have some-
why we need the board and
Yes.
what their responsibilities are?
So at one time, I guess back in '85, and as Miss Tammy helped me look at it, I was the extension agent
Miss
here in the
Tammy.
county at the time, and you see on the ordinance, the 3 commissioners that signed this into an ordinance. And there is state statute, and that's what was, you know, don't want to get too bogged down here, but how, it does talk about and how the weed control board can be established by the county commissioners, and that's what they did at the time. We weren't having a lot of complaints, but some. I guess number one complaint is usually from the state highways and right-of-ways and all the Canadian thistle and Johnson grass and those other noxious weeds that gets growing. Secondly, then might be county highway department, and I think that's a really great opportunity for doing some education and things. But a lot of it was the farmers who were really complaining about, hey, this stuff's blowing in our
That's
fields and
who I
now we
heard.
got it in ours, or then our planters are, you know, cultivation equipment, then we take it to another field and it just keeps replicating. So that's kind of, I think, Mike, where it all came about, of needing to have a control board. Instead of just me being the one phone calling them and seeming like I'm the bad guy and who are you? Now we've got a board that could actually have some teeth behind it to write them and, you know, have people involved and then going inspecting and.
So the
you know,
board could
control.
actually have some executive powers to contact somebody
Yes,
along the road
and
or
if they
let the highway
don't
know.
control it, they can go in and have authority to control it and send them the bill or put it on the tax rolls for them to pay it.
I'm for it.
So the other publication that you have here, the color publication, a lot of good reading. If you have a hard time going to sleep one night, you can read. But if you turn to flip over the first page to the second page, there down the major headline says the Weed Control Board, and there's that Indiana code. But a county weed board can be formed by county commissioners, takes initiative to form, and so again, this has been done. But a county weed control board is comprised of the following. It's a township trustee, one township trustee of the county, a soil and water conservation district supervisor, a representative from the agricultural community of the county, a representative from the county highway department, or appointee of y'all from the, again, doesn't have to be the highway department, or an appointee, and then the cooperative extension service agent, more as really as an advisory capacity. And I will say this board, there's no compensation. They don't get paid. But, and I have reached out and made some contacts, and I want to know who I'd already contacted, and a township trustee that said they'd like to. Soil and Water Board are still meeting to try to determine who a supervisor. They, COVID and whatnot, they haven't had to have a full board meeting to decide on that. I do have a representative of the ag community, and I have talked with Kevin at the highway department, again, about this. So
you have some of the board members that
Yes.
would continue on.
yes, and again, if you want to know them now or
Yeah,
at
that's
what
okay.
point. But Robbie Comer, or Combs, I'm sorry, Robbie Combs is township trustee. Again, Soil and Water Board are still discussing. Bill Comer from the ag community.
Since he started this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, Kevin at the highway department. And I told Kevin, I said, there's where the education could come in. I could come sometime as a lot of these weeds are starting to grow, and I know there are constraints of, can't always get around the county roads and mow them as much as they can, but mowing will go a whole long ways. You just take out the seed heads, and then they don't get, replicated and
Where I got
spread
an
everywhere.
education was you don't want to mow some of this stuff without killing it first.
Right.
'Cause it-
If it's already ahead, yes, you mow the thistle
What's
and it's
time
gonna spread.
sensitive?
Yes.
But you will work with the highway department on this?
Yes, and that's why I told Kevin I could even come down and bring some of this, or bring up those rhizomes from the Johnson grass to see here's how it spreads.
And
not
you'll
just-
let us know
So,
what's
yeah,
going on.
because
You just need one more appointee.
if we say the Soil and Water Conservation Board, yes. They're meeting next Thursday, not this Thursday, because it's tractor pull week at the Farm Machinery Show, but next Thursday is when their annual meeting is, and I'm thinking they're gonna take it up again at their annual meeting. It's making a new appointee to the board, and if they would come up with a name.
Okay, well, it sounds like you've done most of our work for us, so.
Mhm. Thank you.
I've talked about this, Actually, I think we talked about it down at Pigeon Rouge down there.
Yeah.
And you actually talked to all three of us, I think.
Mhm.
But what's he need from us? I mean, just
Basically, what you can do is once you get the complete list, we can, you know, you have one legal page of board appointments. I think you're gonna have two now by the time we have to stagger the commission terms and everything of the visitors, and now we get the weed board.
And to that,
You
Mike,
just
I
appoint
guess-
them next meeting, or
I'm sorry.
whenever you get them to, I'm sorry, Tom.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you
Yeah,
off.
that's all right.
But I was gonna say, there under section 3, Mike, of the ordinance, talks about how the board of commissioners shall appoint each member of the weed control board for a term of 4 years. And then the board would elect a chairman and a secretary at initial meeting of the board, and then vacancies of board memberships to be filled for the unexpired term in the manner as initially planned, so.
well, I guess what I'm saying is we've already formed this board years ago. We just had,
To
it's
fill
just
the
kind of
vacancy.
fell away, and, I guess,
And again, I think I stated that, but since I've been back since August of 19, come back as part-time, that's probably, it's not a super popular, but that's one of the things that does come up, that I'll get calls in a certain time about, hey, what can we do, or can you do?
I'd be glad to let you have it. I get
Well-
those every year.
I
To
think,
make it, I'm sorry,
let's
to
just
make a
go by,
suggestion.
let's just
yeah.
go by consensus here. I mean, John,
Yeah,
you're
I'm
fine
for
with it, Randy, you fine with it? I'm gonna be fine with it as well, and I'm gonna say this, if you'll find out the other board member, and then you don't have to come to the next meeting, but if you'll let Tammy know, hey, here's the 4 board members, we will approve it at that time, or just, you know, take it, put it in the minutes at that time of who the 4 board members are, and say that we now have reestablished our weed control board, so.
And can we make that retro to January 1, 2022, and that way we'll just, every time you make
Yeah,
appointments, then it
sure.
won't be off-cycle.
Yeah,
I
that's
think that
fine.
would be okay. So we'll just, by consensus, you're reactivating the weed control board.
Yep.
And then you're to return with the final list of board members, correct?
He doesn't have to show up, he
Okay,
can
just
send a
provide
list.
the list and let
Yeah.
you, just provide it to a meeting, and I
That'd
can
be
get,
good, and I'll,
Yeah.
I mean, you know Robbie's address spelled, or you can
Yes,
find
we
bills,
have it.
but I can,
His
yes,
son
and I've
was
got
just here a
bills.
minute ago, so.
yeah,
Yeah, and I've got bills, so, yeah, we can, and
okay.
I'll,
But I'll just have you that complete
your
list.
grass is
so-
downstairs.
Thank you, Tom.
Yes, all right.
Is that it?
I'm just gonna say, last comment, I know John Jones' former building's pretty popular, because that's where, I'm not sure if Randy and Zach knew, but that's where we talked about maybe extension office, and maybe plan commission moving out there and that other end, and is the community gardens anything that's still happening?
That was a councilman that, was trying to head that up, and I don't even, I'm not gonna tell you where she's advertised, cause that was her project, and
I was
really
thinking
don't
that's
know.
where.
I don't think there's anything
Yeah, I
going
think
on
it's
out
hers and
there. I haven't
John's.
seen anything out there.
That was your project too.
I don't know. I agree with you, Mike Jones. Don't
Like I said, that's a
Stick with that.
place.
expect it very often, but I do agree with you.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, if nothing else for me, thank you all for.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for being short. All right. Sheriff, it's like Tiger Food contract. John, you're never gonna live that down.
No, on video on the front.
You're done.
You're always playing bad.
I was gonna ask you too, where are you guys at on the auction? We talked about it.
County highway?
Well, wherever we're gonna have it at, we was told it to John Billington first.
I think,
think we pretty much have to just, they come out and take pictures of where the cars are set, so, and then they make bids online.
Oh, that's what I'm
And
gonna
they
ask
pick
you
'em
about,
up.
cause I don't know nothing about the.
Kevin,
And they pick them up from wherever they're set.
Kevin's got a service now that he's using, and actually he's getting over asking price of stuff.
We ended up going with Gov Deals.
We can talk after this.
Yeah, I can
If that's,
send you
if
a
you
link.
guys have already.
I'm for that.
You don't wanna have a live.
Right now, no, because I mean, he's getting
It's
more
pretty easy.
bids.
That's
process.
fine. No, I just want to see, so we can go ahead and start that then.
Yeah.
I think,
Good.
yeah.
And Jerry, and if you don't mind, whenever you have your like your surplus personal property, if you can just get a list together of what
Yeah.
you're gonna be putting on that to where I can get it before them so they can go through approval process like they did with Kevin.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
It's actually working out pretty good for him.
Good.
He can put 10 vehicles on, or 10 pieces of equipment on at a time, so.
You might have to work out something to make sure the money goes in the right place.
Yeah, I'm sure you probably have something like that.
Yeah.
We can
And
talk
you
about
You've
that.
got an auction fund, you can,
Yeah, we can do it.
it'll still go in your auction fund. just
Yeah, we've
like-
already got
Yes,
the.
you've got one,
Yeah,
yes.
yes. Okay, we can talk about that after this.
Yeah.
That's fine. Tiger Foods, their, contract is up on April the 1st. They do us a good job, food's your guys' baby. So I do wanna say that they're raising their prices from, we go from 151 to 200 meal count, that's what we base ours on with them. And they're raising them 8.4 cents a meal.
That don't sound like much until you
I know what
start
you're
paying
talking
so
about.
many meals a
Yeah,
day.
Yeah,
It can be quite a bit.
it adds up. So here's what I wanna ask y'all. Do you want to stay with Tiger Foods, or do you wanna open this up? Tammy wants to open up a,
If it's over
Process.
$150,000.
yeah, it's about 220-some thousand.
Just bid it out, you mean?
Yeah,
I
it's
think that's a
it's
good
up to you
idea.
guys.
When's the contract over?
April 1st.
So we need to do it now.
Yeah, they open it up now, yes.
How many vendors are out there that you can do that?
Well, believe it or not, we
Yeah.
could probably get 3 or 4 people bid on it, I would say.
I'd say it'd be worth it. trying.
Yeah.
Just to see what it is.
I mean,
Well,
you don't know you don't know the other criteria of the other people, I mean, you don't know, but if they're doing it somewhere else, I mean, they probably have somebody giving them a survey, whether they're working out or not
Yeah.
working out or what, but
And we don't have no problems with Tiger Foods, don't get me wrong, that's what I'm
I
saying.
think they've been there for a long time.
They have, yeah. They have, they do a good job too.
So how will you do that? Will you just get
You
with
just
her, or how will you bid that?
well,
out?
you just tell me just what you wanna do, if you want to open it up, just tell Tammy to open it up for,
And
They're-
you can get with me,
they're
and we
appointed
can do
each
the notice to bidders, and we can get that advertised in the paper. And then, of course, there's criteria, there's so many days has to elapse, and so many meetings and whatnot. And then before it can be, we can take sealed bids, they can bring them to the auditor's office, and that way you're kind of at arm's length with this. And, they'll entertain it in a meeting, and then we'll go from there.
I'm doing a guess here, but you'd probably wanna do it more in just local papers, wouldn't you? Because most of these papers aren't local. These
Right.
people that do this aren't local.
yeah, it's a major business.
I don't know how you do it.
We can advertise it,
The
you know, it's on the
notice, the
internet.
notice requirements are only local, whether you wanted to specifically send something to another provider. It's not required.
No, but just like the
But
highway,
it is
you
a
can
requirement
reach out to
goes
those
over
that provide that
150,000.
Well,
service and
that's
say,
what-
It's not
we're
a
taking
requirement
bids.
it's actually not a requirement that you send it out.
Just to be bid
Yeah,
it.
you just have to provide notice under the statute.
Well, it seems like
What I would
maybe
do
you
is-
wanna bid it out. There's nobody local
There's a
does that.
caveat there, if you don't.
That
get
I know of.
Yeah, I
three,
know that, yeah.
They come back, I think there is a piece where you have to go back, so it may be just more efficient in terms of time because of the getting it done by March. Making sure that we get 3 before something gets approved, or is put on the table for approval.
That'd be simple. I've got 2 now. I had a company actually reach out to me. So,
And then it's on-
If
But
you
you
know
have-
the services out there that provide that, I mean, I just reach out to them and go, we're gonna bid this, you wanna bid, here's where you bid it at.
I can do that. I can put it on the jail services links too.
As long as we bid it and make
That's
it legal,
perfect.
that's all I'm concerned
Cause
about.
your line of communication's gonna be a lot more efficient
yeah.
than me trying to stick it in the Courier Journal or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They're not
So
working.
what they call you daily and ask you how many prisoners you have, and then,
No, we do meal counts every day.
By state board
But they-
county,
they
you have
send it
to.
okay, so
We
they,
pay after that.
and that's how they charge you.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
You still get so much per meal.
It's $1.20 right now. It's $1.20 a meal.
Actually, the more
Of course,
inmates
that's-
you have, the cheaper it is.
Yeah, it is, exactly. So we're at actually the second tier. The first tier is 101 meals to 150 is $1.55. We're at the 151 to 200 tier, which is $1.20 a meal. And like I said, they're raising it April, it says that
The
effective
state's,
April
the state's
20th.
raising it. The state raises the price, not.
No, Tiger Foods is.
They're a vendor.
Can you find out?
But the state says how much they'll pay us. Okay, go ahead, there's no need, yeah, okay, yeah. okay.
Yeah, we'll just open it
I
up.
thought the state said how much your meal was, and they could, no, they don't do that no more?
No,
Okay,
no, it's all open contract.
really, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I was asking.
Yeah, find out where they're buying their groceries.
Last thing I want to talk about is update on the radios, and I'll tell you what I was waiting on was this. I was waiting on the contingent of the ARP monies, and I know that you had a meeting at 3 o'clock. Did they determine in the ARP monies that was, you could do that for emergency service rails? That was one of the things I know they was looking into.
That's hard for me to answer, he went over all kinds of stuff.
He said it, we can use ARP money for, for 911, whether it's for individual radios, I don't know if that is one. I know they were talking about the system that we're talking about, that we voted on at the last meeting, that we can use that money for that. Whether we're talking about individual radios, I would have to ask Jason that.
I'm not sure, maybe Austin, I don't know this for sure, but Austin may use ARP monies to buy some radios, and I don't know that for sure, but that was just somebody told me before I come here, so I
Yeah.
didn't confirm at that time to confirm.
Yeah, well,
What kind of upgrade are you?
Here's what we're wanting to do is this, we're wanting to go to we're obviously staying on the 800. So, beginning in January, the state of Indiana, system is not going to accept the old radios that we have. Now, the radios we have now, let me get it straight, the radios we have now will work, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
The radios, they will, yeah,
Okay.
they will work. But they are past their life expectancy and they won't work on them, so we can't get parts. Plus, the 800 system beginning, and it's supposed to have already started January 1st, but now it's pushed back as usual on a lot of these projects, said that they will not allow any radios on the state system anymore that's not TDMA technology compatible. TDMA technology is that when you push the button where it goes beep, 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 it will go beep, beep, beep. It's a second system where it's supposedly never busy, okay? They also have the technology now called LTE technology on the 800 system, where that we don't need towers anymore, radio 800 towers that you pull off of the Verizon phone towers. So essentially what it is a zero missing link coverage. It's how you try to explain it. It's 100% coverage is what it's supposed to be, as close as you get 100% because of the cell phone towers. So this is old Motorola telling me this, okay? So, because I'm not a radio expert. We can take $200,000 and we can buy 30 Motorola 800 radios, and they are called the APX Next, and that will essentially, it's an investment for 10 years because the state does all the backbone work. They do all the repeaters and all that stuff right now. All this does is it puts us, like you're talking about the tower that you're getting ready to put up at John Jones, or the new tower they put up on Herod Road, or 800 radios will bounce off of those and work just like a radio tower. So with that is actually the top technology that there is out there. We would have the top technology in the nation, basically. That's what we would have. So, and again, the radios we have now, 800, we haven't purchased any we haven't asked for any money to purchase. We got a grant to purchase some in-car radios. Our handhelds, mobiles, we got those actually donated to us by the city of Jeffersonville, and also the state of Indiana donated us 800.
is that some of the ones you're saying now?
Yeah, they're getting obsolete. As they go off, I can use them as long as
they go
don't
down,
break.
you're just.
They're done. You might as well throw them in the garbage. Yeah, put them back on there.
So basically, they want you turn in your old radios, they're gonna re-chip them and send them back to you?
No, they can't. This is new radios.
Okay.
Yeah, there are some 800 radios that are TDMA compatible. To my knowledge, right now, we don't have any of those because we're still using the initial radios I think that John bought whenever he was the sheriff. That's what we're still using.
Back in troglodytes were in.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, the thing about it is it's a testament to how sturdy they are. So they've been using them for how long have you been out?
Up 2010.
Okay, so 11 years, you see what I'm saying, that we've been still using them, so. And, what this does essentially is, let me make something straight right now, okay? I don't have nothing to do with fire departments. I don't have nothing to do with Scottsburg City Police. I have nothing to do with Austin City Police. As like Scottsburg Fire Department, you guys need to decide what's the best radio system for you. Only you can decide that.
Yeah.
You see where I'm coming from? And that's the way that this is just for the sheriff's office only is all this is. This is our system that we use. It's a system we're going to be continuing to use. It's just that if we're going to have the other system, this here will put us, we won't have to do nothing for 10 years. We'll be good to go for 10 years. It's only going to get better.
You're okay with the low bands. This is just what you need. This is just what you need.
I don't have nothing against low bands. I have nothing against low bands, period.
Yeah.
I don't.
And that's
nothing, that's kind of apples and oranges. Does it make sense to you what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that you guys need to decide what's best for them. Obviously, I decide what I think's best for my folks.
Yeah.
And we took a vote. I didn't have anything to do with it, because I didn't want nobody thinking I was pressuring, you know what I'm saying, to vote. And my guys overwhelmingly voted that they needed the 800 radios because of their safety.
I'm sorry, how much did you say, 30,000?
No, 200,000 buys 30 radios.
So what's the story you're talking, or the thing you're saying here about the 800 radio towers and using Verizon towers?
Yeah.
What's that got to do with the 200,000?
Here's we don't have to build any towers nowhere. That the towers that we have in the county now, because it uses telephone towers, Verizon telephone towers, instead of us having to put up a repeater, we don't have to do that because it automatically goes to the Verizon cell phone towers. And like I say, you're on the phone and you're talking, and we key up and it don't have enough bandwidth, whatever, it kicks the phone people off and it goes directly. And they say you don't even know.
So you're saying this new radio that Motorola has is going to use Verizon's technology to transmit?
Yes. The Verizon tower, any Verizon phone tower.
Would there be a fee with that or anything?
Well, we're already Verizon customers, so
So
it
no
shouldn't
more.
be. Yeah, it should not be. If we were AT&T customers, then it probably would be, but since we're Verizon customers, that's what we use.
This has kind of changed the technology from what we was talking about earlier this year, right? Because earlier this year, we was gonna have to put up a tower.
Yes, yeah, this is the latest and greatest. This is
Saves, what,
about,
750,000?
well, we could probably, because the state was gonna donate us a tower, but I don't know, because if I told you how much it was gonna cost exactly, I'd just be making something up. You sure that makes sense? The only thing I know is on this here, we don't need any more towers, they said. So that kind of throws that out the window now, we don't need them. Because this here, we've got the brand new tower on Herod Road, Verizon Tower on Herod Road. And of course, they're getting ready to put one up here. So we have the cell phone coverage, Verizon cell phone coverage is pretty good in Scott County as far as cell phone coverage goes. That's
What
probably-
you need is
Now,
what,
this will operate better than the telephone coverage, right? Because
Yeah,
I've got it
that's what-
now, I go, my yard with signal.
Yeah, this here hits, what it is this. Like say, if we key up right now, the 800 radio system looks for an 800 radio tower. It's okay? So the towers are in Henryville, and I think there's one in Jackson County.
Yeah.
So what it does is it's gonna bounce until it finds one of those towers. With this new APX Next radio, what happens is that it looks for Verizon cell phone towers too. So like when I key up my radio, if I'm sitting here, say that it goes to Henryville, and that tower's busy, or that tower can't connect it, boom, it automatically looks for a Verizon phone tower and connects to that phone tower the same as it would an 800 radio tower.
Sheriff, I would say, put your plan together and get it to us.
I've got it too.
And,
I've got
I
it.
mean, we get
Yeah.
together her and we'll go over it, and then whenever we vote on these things, we'll vote on it.
Okay.
Unless me talking.
Well,
I mean,
I'd like to know
we're wanting
more
a plan
about
for
it,
stuff, and that's what you've done, basically.
Yeah, I've got a whole
Are you talking to communications people?
Motorola.
Have they been down to talk to you?
Yeah. Yeah,
Can
we've
you
talked
have
to
them
them.
come down? Now, did they give you a show, or more or less, I can't think of?
Oh, that's what, a
A
demonstration?
demonstration?
Yeah, they
Okay.
did, but what I would like to do is this, I told them that they're gonna send us some of these radios to demo. So we're gonna be actually using them. And they've also got some other technology that says, you see what I'm saying? That, it's Wi-Fi, but that's you know what I'm saying, the Wi-Fi is not secure enough in my opinion. You know what I'm saying, that's why the cell phone towers are, and it's better, it's the safest there is. It's unquestionable, you know what I'm saying, the safest there is. And this is, we called around to try to get several quotes, and the people that we talked to said you have to deal with Motorola direct, that's how this is. So.
I want to help you on this. The only thing an attorney can answer again is I don't know if we had to bid that out or not, since it's $200,000.
It depends, I mean, it depends on, again,
same criteria.
same criteria
Yeah.
for special, if it doesn't fall under a special.
Save monies, or
Yeah.
they're the only one that can provide it.
Well,
There's-
Motorola's the only company out there, so whether, I
And
mean,
there's, and again, I don't know, you're talking about, this is different than what you had come in and talked about before. So if this company has only radios that will do what you need them to do, and you're willing to.
We did the same thing on the air.
say that,
Yeah.
and then it could fall within the special purchasing exception under the Indiana code. Now, the question about the ARP monies, here's what I'll say, is that I have asked the question of whether or not federal procurement laws apply to certain funds that are allotted to the county but are declared as lost revenue for the ARP funds. And I'm waiting on an opinion on that. So that's all that's what I'll say. Yeah.
But you're here just giving us information,
I'm
Mike,
giving you
hoping to
information.
get in on the fund and
What I'm doing is this, we need radio upgrades, obviously. And with this here, while we're going through with the other system, this has nothing to do with the
Yeah.
other system too. I know a lot of people don't understand radios and all this kind of stuff. I'm not saying nothing about that system, the low band. That could be the greatest thing since sliced bread. You know what I'm saying? That's great. I hope it is. I don't care, you know what I'm saying? But this is what we need, or what I'm asking for on the 800 system.
And you'll be compatible with the Scottsburg and Austin police.
On the
On the
800
800,
system, yeah.
yeah.
We've already got the low band system. We're compatible with them now.
Yeah. Well, I know
Because we got the
new
dual band
800,
radios. so.
If, these new radios, would they still be able to communicate with the old 800 radios?
Yeah.
So it's
What,
not-
they said what it is this, the TDMA technology said you won't even know it unless it happens for you.
Because
So,
there's a difference between digital and analog radios too,
Yeah.
and one can't work with the others, so.
yeah, I'm just asking for money to get these new radios. Like I said, it's an investment. It's gonna be a 10-year deal. It's got 10-year shelf life on them. So we're talking about a 10-year investment instead of, over time.
You say you got a plan, you
Yeah, I've got a
you
complete-
turned over to her, or?
Yeah, I've got and we took bids, and that's why I said the bid came up, and we can talk about that. This is not the place to talk about that, obviously, but we can talk about who told us and how much the prices were on each. So,
I would, before I give you an answer for $200,000, I'd like a demonstration.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
I wanna know what I'm voting on.
Yeah,
You know what
oh,
I'm saying?
absolutely, I get that, totally do, because I'm telling you right now, if you talk to somebody in the general public, and you guys know this, they all think that this police radio is the same as that police radio, and that fire radio, you see what I'm saying, they don't understand what stuff is. So absolutely, I understand it, I would want to do that, so that you guys would know what it is and
Well, I'd like to
what
see
you're
it.
asking for.
I've never seen one that would go through the TV or the radio channels, that's why, or the cell phone channels, that's what, and I'm sure technology's out there, these guys are crazy with technology, so.
Yeah, and they said that, of course, this is the Motorola, of course, E.F. Johnson has not had a chance to steal the patent yet, you know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
Is
all right,
there
well,
any kind of thing that, that says, and if I could ask you this later, but is there any kind of thing that says that, they guarantee us in 10 years that these will still be,
well, they're under warranty for like 3, it's the usual.
no, I mean, that they will not surpass the technology to where.
Oh, it'll
we
surpass.
They will
Yeah.
surpass the
Yeah,
Yeah, but I mean,
It's
where our
already-
radios are no longer useful.
Yeah, we can't use them in 10 years from now like it is now.
Right.
I don't know, I can't answer that, that's something we can ask them, because obviously this technology is just,
they throw a life expectancy out on that radio right there, and that's what they're saying. But we're not guaranteed it for that, but we're gonna tell you it probably will last that long.
Mhm.
That's what they're telling you. I mean, you're only gonna warranty it for 3 years, and after that,
Well, I mean, I'm just.
I was gonna say, there's probably a reason you have a 3-year
Are we
warranty.
gonna have
because
to?
it's banged off the floor 1,000 times.
I just wanna know whether or not we're gonna sit down every year and have the same conversation.
Yeah. No, we won't.
$200,000.
yeah, no. Like I said, this is a 1 year, or I say, this is a one-time, you know what I'm saying, investment should last 10 years.
Yeah.
The
So-
technology changes tomorrow, I mean, so.
But
That's
the
what
radios are
we're-
bouncing off pre-existing towers.
Yes, yeah,
So-
what it is, they use all cell phone towers.
Right.
Verizon,
That'd be interesting.
Verizon towers.
I'm just talking about compatibility in terms of new versus old technology.
Yeah, like I can talk on my radio now. I can pick it up like if somebody's got a TDMA technology radio, then I can talk to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the reason I ask that, like cell phones, maybe 5 years ago, were no longer useful because
Yeah.
they can't keep up and they're slowing down the system and they're kicking them off. I just wanna make sure that.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that, absolutely. That's a very, very good
I got an
question.
iPhone 6, it's still working.
I had to get rid of my phone because I got kicked off the network, actually, I had to get a new phone last week. That's all I did.
All right.
So,
Thank you, Sheriff.
yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and start that, okay, on the auction stuff.
Yeah, that's good with Kevin, because he's been very successful.
Okay. All righty, and I'll get with Tammy on the bid stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You guys got any questions for me?
No, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, sure.
Is Michelle still here?
She's asleep.
I wonder where she went to. There's his mother.
Snacks for the pregnant girl.
No attitude.
Okay, I think it's pretty easy. Hopefully you have a job description that Tammy gave you guys for the COVID support staff,
Yeah,
possibly.
that it.
Council approved that position. Well, there is an attachment, yeah, the second page.
Flip it over. Yeah.
What did Addie say?
Addie has not given me the final one, but
Okay.
what we can do, if they're so okay with it, is that, they can look this over. It's a part-time position, and if they
Approve
want to
it
go ahead and
contingent
approve
on
it, contingent that Human Resources, doesn't have a problem with it. And I'll get the final one in the book.
Okay.
You said the council approved this?
They approved the position. It's up to you guys to approve the job description. The part-time COVID support that we did at the last meeting.
At
That
the
was a grant.
grant funded,
Yes.
yes.
So they approved the money.
Yeah, they
It's a
approved the
grant.
position, so it's on salary
Yeah.
ordinance, and then
We
you guys
gotta-
have to approve the job description.
So
We're working backwards here.
it's a new position.
Back and
but-
forth, back and
It's a
forth.
new position, but yet it's covered by a grant.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
And that's listed here
And
at the
it's
thing.
part-time, so there's no benefit package.
Right, yeah, and you see on the very last page, disclaimer, this is a grant funded position for a minimum of 1 year with the potential of an additional year.
And this costs us no money, right?
Correct, yes.
I make
How much was it?
My grant, it's 110,000 renewable for a second year for another
It's what,
110,000.
21 hours a week at 11.19 an hour.
Yeah,
It's-
which is the
So is it
standard
paying for other things besides a part-time employee?
It
For
can be, yeah,
110,000?
it can, as long as we meet like the grant
I don't
requirements.
say, because 110,000
That
is
was
not gonna pay up.
Right.
110,000
Right.
just to this person.
Huh?
This money just going to that one person.
No,
That's
no,
what I-
no. So
that's
once
what I
you
was
meet
asking.
your grant requirement, then you, if you have money left over, then you can, spend it basically on other
And
things.
the grant requirement is what?
Higher position to work with our schools, to implement, they can do COVID testing, they can do policies, they can do outbreak plans. There's a kind of a checklist.
But
there.
this position, man, let me clarify, this position is a
COVID support staff.
temporary position, part-time, I say part-time,
Yes,
position at how many hours a week?
21. So
Up to.
So 21 hours a week. I'm not a mathematician.
And and I know you're doing it right, it's just, I'm trying to I think we're doing the same thing, trying to figure out where a
Yeah.
part-time job can.
So you
How
guys
much
are
of that
upset that I'm
100,000 is
underspending
gonna
your
be spent
grant?
on a part-time job, yeah. And then,
How much, how much?
It's 11, what's the standard county
11.19
rate?
an hour. 11.19, 11.19.
I mean, I'm sure I'm for this, but I'm just, don't totally understand it.
I mean, it doesn't, I mean, you're definitely under, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can use that, so like if we need to buy additional equipment, maybe
That's
we
where I'm
need,
getting at.
maybe like we find out when this person comes in, if we need to do a school vaccine, we need to buy an additional cooler, so then we'd have money for an equipment.
That
Or if
part-time
we,
position.
you know, for whatever, like
So-
other stuff that comes with that.
So I guess, I'm just trying to clarify that we're talking about a position that's gonna be less than $20,000 a year.
Right.
To pay the person, but we're getting $110,000.
Right.
Over $100,000 for a $15,000 or $20,000 position.
Right.
We can utilize the money elsewhere within your department for COVID.
Right, yeah, but you just can't, the only thing you can't do is you can't supplement things that are already being paid for, so like my public health nurse grant, my public health
Can't
nurse
stack
position.
grants.
Yeah, I can't, like, since she's paid from 1159, I can't say, okay, well, for 6 months, I'm gonna pay her out of this grant. No, like, you can't supplement that.
I get that.
But if we need to buy,
I'm
like I
just-
said, like a new vaccine cooler because we're gonna do more school clinics, or we're gonna do more, community clinics, and like you can buy equipment and things like that.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to accept, or to clarify the, job responsibilities for a COVID support staff position for 21 hours a week for a part-time position, which the grant, will pay for, and the council has already approved.
And I'll second it.
I'll make that unanimous.
All right. Next thing is an out-of-state travel request. So Patty, our preparedness coordinator, would like to go to the NACCHO Preparedness Summit. I think we call it
Nacho.
Nacho. They do, but I'll just
Put some
run it.
queso on that, will you?
Nacho convention?
No, don't tempt me. April 4th through the 7th, so she'll probably get there on the 3rd in Atlanta. And so basically she has to pay for it up front, but then the District 9 Health Coalition, I have a letter here from them saying they will reimburse her for all the expenses. So really it's no money out of the counties.
Who's paying for it?
The District 9 Healthcare Coalition.
Okay, I don't know who that is, but they're paying for it. That's good.
So District 9 is the lower part of the state.
Yeah.
And like that's, they have hospitals, local health departments, EMAs, all come together. They actually just had a meeting last week.
So it's, again, it's no money out of,
Right, but since it's out-of-state travel.
well, initially it is, and it'll be reimbursed.
Well, it's actually the
Reimbursed
employees.
Yeah.
Yes, Patty will have to pay for that up front.
Receipts and.
Yes. Yep.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the out-of-state, travel for one of her employees, I guess Patty Hall.
Yes.
And that money will be, she will be reimbursed through, District 9 Healthcare Coalition.
I'll make that motion to pass to let her go to Atlanta and pay for it through that.
I'll second that.
Randy seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous.
Okay. This next one's kind of
Fine.
confusing, so
That's why you skipped it.
this is the
Nacho.
NACCHO Preparedness Summit in Atlanta.
Maybe you'll just send me a copy.
Just back
I'll
up
make you
there.
a copy of this letter.
Tell her I want some free nachos when
Okay.
she gets back over.
Okay, so this next part, like I said, kind of stay with me. So when a commercial business wants to put a septic in, the state approves that. So they have engineered plans, go through the state process, the state issues the permit for that. We in our county, we do not require a local permit for businesses. Some do, kind of just, really it's kind of just a moneymaker if you're, you know, just for an extra permit fee. But we do not require that. So usually if a business comes in, if they get the state permit, then they would go to the next process would be like Marty's department and that sort of thing. There's a business that wants to come in, it's a car dealership on 56 and 3. I think it used to be a car place at one point in time.
We better go on.
It used to be a garage.
Okay,
Like a service
and a restaurant
station.
apparently a long
And a
time ago.
station, and one of the nicest restaurants in the county at one time.
It
Yeah.
was, yeah.
Lord, at your
Like
face.
We're regressing.
So basically, they did the soil report, and the state said it's not a great place to have a system. But we will approve a system to be put in if the local health department will approve a pump and haul order. So basically, they know going into it that they would still have the engineer plans, the state would approve the septic permit, but then basically immediately upon installing it, we would have to issue a pump and haul order where they would
So
have it hauled.
they're not gonna have any lateral lines. They're gonna fill a tank, and as soon as the tank's filled,
Yes.
they have to have it pumped out.
Yes, and the state recommends like renewing that every 2 years, or if there's ever sewer that's ran out there, then they would be obligated to hook up to the sewer, but that's probably.
Mr. Hebert, all right with that?
Is this something you're asking us, or is this just informing us?
No, I feel like since it's a business, like the state needs us to verbally or in an email say like, we will issue the pump and haul if you issue the septic permit.
So
But there's
we-
nothing that needs to be signed today.
I mean, we have to approve that, or just,
I felt like you should, since it's a business and it involves multiple
Okay.
permits
Well-
and that sort of thing, because what I didn't want to happen was this business go in and then it's, well, you guys approved a
Didn't tell me.
business and it automatically fails as soon as it
the
gets
reason
installed.
I would be in agreement with this is that it's not gonna be a, and I hate to say this, high traffic used restroom. So it's not gonna be like they're gonna fill up a 1,000-gallon tank in 2 days and need it pumped out.
Right, and I think the state, their permit or their engineered plans always shoot for like worst or biggest,
scenario.
yeah, so their tank is probably gonna be way bigger than what it's actually gonna be used for. But since it's a business, like they have to have certain specs and that sort of thing. So, and that's kind of what I talked to Zach about, but, cause I mean, they could sell it the next year and it could be something that would have a lot of high traffic in
But
it.
then would this approval not have to go with them too, the next owner?
Right, yes, it goes with the property, stays with the property. Usually when we issue a pump and haul, it's for a system that's been in place for 10, 15, 20 plus years and it's just started to fail. And so until they can redesign a new system or install a system in a new plot, you have the pump and haul to kind of.
Is there any of those locations in Scott County right now?
We used to have one for Caldwell's Grocery. Since then, they've had a new system and it's been fixed, but that was our last one that we had. We had to issue one for, so.
That created a fight.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that
That was
worked out
a
better for the
interesting
owner
situation.
economically-wise, because I was unsure of what sort of a sewer or septic system that the state would demand.
I mean, if the state's approving this and he's willing to do that.
Yeah, the state's willing to issue the septic permit if we are
I think
willing
we're
to
fine
agree to
if
the
the
pump and
state's
haul.
approving it, and all you're wanting is our blessing so that
Yeah.
it'll come back on you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because it's you're putting it in knowing it's going to fail.
I know.
So, like I said, it's a unique situation.
I'll
So,
entertain a motion to.
I would say make it contingent on the state's approval of the design and engineering
yes,
requirements
issuing the
for
septic permit.
issuing the permit.
Great.
John makes the motion that says that, you know, as long as the state approves the septic system, that the county also approves that septic system, that
And we'll issue a pump and haul.
we'll issue the permit.
Yeah.
So
It's,
John made
it's,
that.
it's a pump and haul order for 2 years, which will be renewed every 2 years unless septic, unless sewer is out there and then there's a requirement to attach.
Yes.
All right,
Well, he just
that's got a
said,
question now. Who renews it? The state renews it?
No,
We
it's
renew
a
our
local
pump and
order.
haul.
So
We
once
renew
the state
pump
approves
and-
it, it
Yes.
comes to us.
We will
every 2
issue
years.
that order.
Okay.
So then if they decide they want to stop pump and hauling, then we would
Or
get
they
into.
abandon the property or.
Yeah, so then that would be an issue of your disobeying a public
I guess
health
the
order.
question there, if someone would abandon a property with a septic tank there that is half full, I mean, who's responsible for that?
Well, I mean, somebody at the end of the day
Property.
owns that, yeah. So,
I've assumed that this tank will be underground, but will it, or is it gonna be a lift station?
I mean, that would be up to the state and what what kind of engineered plans that they approve. I would assume it would be too, but under the ground, but not necessarily.
John's made a motion to accept the state's recommendation.
I mean, the state's not gonna allow them to put something in that's, I mean, they're gonna, like I said, even though you're probably only gonna have a
Right.
couple people there working that facility as a business, they have to think of it as, okay, what if you have, for the square footage, like the max amount of people that tank could accommodate.
I'm gonna ask Marty another question. Have you seen his plans?
No, I have not, because
So
it
we
hasn't
haven't
been approved yet.
Right, so the state is not going
The state won't
to
even
touch it unless
touch
we
it
say.
Unless we say,
Okay.
Yes.
We will do this subject to.
And Marty's gonna ask them, do you have a septic permit from the state?
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's kind of like we have to
Can
agree to
we-
this before
This
they
is step
can.
one.
All right, I get that. Can we lead him or guide him to an underground tank?
Well, I mean, the state engineer is gonna determine that.
Okay.
But I mean, I guess we could ask them to make sure.
Well, I
it's
just don't want a
underground.
big tank out there and everybody goes, well.
Yeah. I would assume it would be underground, but honestly, I don't. Yeah.
They make pumps every day. Anyway, John's made a motion to accept,
I'm gonna follow the Brent. You got your phone on you, Marty?
What?
Don't call Tim, it's after hours, he will not answer.
Yeah.
John's made a motion. Randy?
I'll second it.
Randy's gonna second that, and again, we gotta realize that we're the first step. State still has to approve it, and then it comes back to us, so I'll make that unanimous.
Yeah.
I just don't want people thinking we're superseding the state's stuff, it's a process.
No, they still have to do the permit, then we will issue the pump and haul, then they have to go through all the.
He was in today, and the update on him is, he somehow forgot that he needed to go for the county drainage board. So now he's trying to arrange that. And then once he gets his utility letters together, the drainage board information, that permit, then we have a development plan meeting with him to make sure that he realizes everything he has to do.
Doesn't he come in front of the area plan too?
Oh, yes,
Just like,
that's the
but
development
that's
plan.
what I thought, because it's just like Dollar General came in and said,
Exactly.
here's the lighting we're gonna have, what
Yes.
kind of shrubs, what kind of fencing, and everything else.
This all started with Martin.
Here's my thing.
This all
I've
started with
already
her.
said, because I'm hoping that the state will put in some good stipulations, But you're
Yeah.
taking it for granted that they will, and we don't really know. My concern was, it's a 2-year thing. So who's to say that are they gonna spell out what tank he has to use? Or is he gonna be?
I will expect him to be very specific about what he's allowed to do and what he is not allowed to do.
Yes.
Yeah, because I don't want to make it a fall hazard for somebody 2 years from now because the tank didn't hold up, 'cause
I mean, I feel like the state probably has higher standards than a local level would, and we've never had any kind of issue with the system that's been issued by the state that I'm aware of. So, I mean, they're gonna have to be engineered plans. You know what I mean? So,
Well,
but I understand what you're saying, you want it to be underground, but we can, I guess.
speaking of
request
engineered
that.
plans with the morgue, just recently, you have to tell what kind of equipment you're using, and also, so they know what kind of tank you're gonna be putting in, and they're gonna either approve it or not approve it, so anyway. Is that it?
Yes.
We
Thank you, guys.
didn't we? Yes.
Yes, thank you guys.
Kevin, you awake?
It was John,
John.
Randy, and Mike made it unanimous.
Thank you, Mike.
Sorry.
I'm back on Kevin's
Well, I knew we
list
made it on
again
me,
now.
but I'd say so.
Thanks, guys.
It was the first of the line, now it's tail end again.
Yep.
I know.
Yep. Okay, so I guess the first thing is, the community crossing quotes, came back to the preservation work, took them, looked them over. We had, one contractor that did everything and the other one only did partial of what we needed.
And that's on what?
That's the preservation, that's the liquid road and
Oh,
the
yeah.
rejuvenation work. Here's kind of better right now, that company to sit in. I got the opportunity to go to Jefferson County and actually look at the work that they had done for them, on this company. And, it looked really good, it was pretty impressive. So I feel probably the best way to go, plus they're a little cheaper.
I think that's the same thing. Where you tell us again, this is on older roads that we're trying to preserve.
Yeah, the rejuvenation part of them is something, I think, the oldest road was around 2013. So on the scale that we run off of, on the Pacer scale, they have a recommendations, engineer recommendations on what to do with them. But this will just put the oil back into the asphalt and help this road stand out to get a longer time out of it. And then the liquid road is, once again, a preservation product. One big area they done, probably not the best example, but they done downtown Madison all on liquid road, just to get by a few more years before they do a total
Now, is
renovation.
this a spot cracks and stuff, or is this a layer?
It's a layer, it's actually sprayed out of a distributor truck.
So it's like the old oil drops?
It is, it's almost reminds you of a rhino lining, for lack of a better word, but, Ohio River Scenic View in Madison, on the hilltop, you go up there in that housing addition, they done it up there, it looked really good. And the road was probably rougher than what the contractor would normally want to do, but it held up really well.
The question I've got, I mean, I think you're doing great. How much money are we talking here?
It's like $74,000.
I'll go back quick, we've been asking all night long, is there a bid process in any of this, or can we just do this?
Well, we're a quote because we're under the,
This community crossing.
under the
Yeah,
150,000 mark.
I didn't know if we could just accept this, or,
How much is it?
It was, under 90, it was under 150.
The actual
so
quote
we
that
just
came back
took
was
quotes.
$74,000.
So you took 3 quotes.
They took 3 quotes.
But one didn't turn back in.
One didn't
He backed
turn back
out,
in.
yeah.
Okay, so for the matter of record, do we need to state that there were 3 quotes requested? One didn't submit in the prices of the other 2, or do you just pick a quote and just go with it?
I think that you have to accept the lowest unless you
Find the
find
justification.
justification, but yes, I don't think, if they didn't turn back in the third, I don't think that
It doesn't
prohibits you
matter.
from doing the purchase.
Well, I think the one I would recommend, because it was the cheapest anyway, so
okay.
Kills that bird.
worked out pretty good.
I'm good, we'll make sure we got our ducks in a row.
And this is something that you applied for through the community crossing grant. You
Yeah.
got the money, and this is the services that are going to apply what we're talking about.
Yeah, we're gonna do, both sections of Craig Road, Bogardus Road and Herod Road and rejuvenation. It'll turn, this company's product, it'll turn the road back black and it'll put the oil back into the road, so.
Now, you say all Craig Road? I mean, it goes between 2
Between
districts.
Frontage Road to Lake Road and between Lake Road and Boatman Road.
The whole thing then?
Yeah, there's
okay.
just roads that,
Wanna make sure Mike didn't
Jill
get
had
it
wrote
all.
down, and I found the dates that they had done them.
I think they
I didn't
accept
see
the
too
most
many in my
name
district.
in the first.
Well, the liquid
name
road
and
was,
amount.
Mulberry Street, Hill Street, Walnut Street, and Hunt Street, like I said, and they're all low volume roads, so it'll be worth to see if it works.
So Kevin, who do you recommend and the
All Star
price?
paving,
Okay.
and the price is $74,045.46.
045,
Yeah,
46.
yeah. I'll give these back to
You
you.
look like you was gonna say something.
And the other price on the other bid was,
It was,
just so it's in there.
another piece of paper.
It's all delayed, I think.
It was $55,179.04, but they just bid a section of the work. They
It was a
didn't bid
portion.
all the work.
So they bid a
So
section
you
of it,
provided
and
a
they
scope
were
of work
more
and they
anyway.
did the whole.
Well, see, how community crossings work, they break it all down into road sections, so everything's a road section. So they bid the rejuvenation. They would not bid the liquid road.
Okay.
So they were $4,000 higher in that section.
It's not
So-
apples to apples.
Well, it is on that particular,
See those sections?
on those sections.
So
it's
see, if they
apples.
only bid part of the job, like
Yeah.
the community crossings grants, a lot, they have segments, and bidders can bid
It's broke
all
down
or
road section by road
part.
section.
So when looking over the section of road that they bid, they're $4,000 higher than All-Star paving.
Yes,
That's correct.
on those road sections.
So
Okay.
every section
Then-
is
You
higher.
good with that?
Okay.
All right, as long as he's good, I'm good.
All right, we need a motion to do that, or?
I'll make the motion to accept Highway Department's bids on this section of these different roads for the whatever.
John makes a motion, to accept Kevin's community crossing project quotes. Randy seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous.
All right, second thing I'll go to is, originally this winter, we was gonna do some Class A CDL training in-house. Since the state laws changed, and I can no longer, nor anybody there can train anybody for CDL. You gotta be a certified trainer and go through the state and all 9 yards. So anyway, Ivy Tech's offering these grants. It isn't anything the county applies for, the individual can apply for them, and it's completely free to the individual and doesn't cost us anything, as long as we agree upon paying them for the training, which takes 4 weeks to do.
How many days?
I think it averages, they said, between 30 and 40 hours a week, depending on it.
I mean, will that be an overtime thing?
No, they'll work in the normal hours, and if they get off early, you know, if they get out of class early, they'll just come back to work and just finish out their normal hours. They won't run over on hours. So I have 3 operators with Class A CDLs, actual operators. Now, I do have a mechanical one, but the actual operators is 3.
Assume they all go at the same time.
No, this is individual, like, Johnny applied for it, and he was accepted for it. So, if, you know, we can agree upon saying, we'll pay him to get that training, will benefit us, then it can be done for free as long as we pay to do the training.
So the grant's free. What's gonna cost the county is we're taking a person off the road or off work, and we're paying them to go to school.
Yes.
And this is for 4 weeks,
Yes,
and we're talking 30 hours probably a week.
I would say every bit of that, yeah. And because I read it, and it kind of left it open, it was like so many hours of driving, so I would say somewhere between 30 and 40.
The question comes to me is just like, won't be a problem for you to do your work done.
No, we'll have to work it out, to get it done. We was planning on doing this winter before
Yeah.
the laws changed on it anyway. Unfortunately, I wish we would've got, you know, to drive a dump truck with a trailer hooked to it, you have to have a Class A CDL. It's a combination license. We're down on that.
Okay.
Where's the class?
It is, at Mr. P's is where it'll be took at. I think that is on 62 in Jeffersonville, if I'm not mistaken. And there's so much classroom and so much.
So I guess my question back is,
What's the date?
I know those truck driver training schools out there all over the place, but, and she has her own, the lady that owns Mr. P, which is, she does her own training there, so she's probably working a deal with Ivy Tech, so.
Yeah, you know,
I guess my one question I'd have is, I mean, there wouldn't be anything that would constitute a ghost employment by them going to school while we're
That's
paying.
what-
If it benefits the highway and it is a benefit to our county and the training would help in their job, another thing Kevin and I talked at length about was, this is not like an EMT going to paramedic school because they're gonna get a better pay grade later and we pay them to go to school. Everybody's paid the same and it is for the job that they're actually engaged in. It's not about a future job, it's about their current job. So we're all good with that, as far as, I can't see anything from an HR standpoint that would be a problem.
Okay, I just don't want somebody down the road coming back going, well, you paid those guys and they weren't at work. And-
What's the dates?
yeah, exactly. Well, I think they start every Monday, so we was just gonna work it out, like,
That
work
school-
best for us and
That
work.
school runs 365 days.
Yeah, work best for Johnny and what works best for me. Now, with that being said, moving forward, if anybody else would like to do it, or if we can get a
So
couple
you just got
more.
one guy right now.
I just got one because, like I said, it's not me applying for it, so they have to qualify, and there's some qualifications in there, like, I don't, they gotta fit the, yeah, they gotta fit the criteria. So,
I'm
You
good.
good with that, about the ghost employment for this type of training?
Oh, yeah, that's not, I don't think that's considered.
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not saying
that's
it is,
what-
I'm just, I
yeah.
wanna make sure that somebody doesn't come back and go, well, you paid him and he wasn't at work and, but he's getting trained, so. Okay, I'm good with it.
I'm good. I'll make a motion to
You're
pass.
allowed to be compensated during
Training.
yeah.
well, we just wanted to kind of air it out and make sure since it was a little different.
You are. If
John's
it's
making a
training for the
motion
job.
to accept, this, Class A CDL training with Ivy Tech And again, the cost to the county would be,
Wages.
the wages of the individual, and there's one individual right now. He does have to qualify through Ivy Tech, and it is free to him.
And he's gonna drive a county truck to and from training to keep the mileage issue down.
Okay.
That's
Randy
good.
seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous.
The next one, do you have the parking lot quote?
I do.
Agreed.
Not too bad, we're only 2 hours behind.
Oh, I gotta watch my face and get my very separate. For some reason, somebody in my department opened that one, but I don't think it
We'll put an
matters.
ejection seat up here.
At least they're doing a raffle for the order.
Can you hit my button first?
So this is for the parking lot to the east side of the square, just to see what the contractors come back at, if we have to figure out where to pay for it through.
To be clear, this is the city parking lot that we agreed to pave, so, and they were gonna turn it over to us for county employee parking, correct?
Yes.
It's a 10-year interlocal agreement, which we're down to already.
When's the MOU end on that, using that parking lot?
It was a 10-year agreement, and we're about 18 months into it.
18 months?
Well, we need to extend that, cause it's not even ready yet.
It's not benefiting us for 10 years, because it's not
We'll just-
paid.
yeah, I
So
mean,
we
We'll
might
go
need
back,
to
we'll
amend
go
it.
back to the city and have them extend that.
You got money available for this, it's not gonna cut you short anywhere.
No,
Well, that's where
That's what we're.
why we got these for. The highway cannot pay for this,
Oh.
or nor is it in our budget.
I think it's a prime example of using ARP money.
That's where we were going.
Okay.
It could be used, I mean, surely loss recovery would allow.
yes, because it could be
Falls
taken
under that
in,
category.
and be a project in the loss recovery part of ARP, yes,
Okay.
yes.
And it benefits
I don't know.
a lot of people.
It's gonna take all these cars off the square, which is
I'm
gonna.
still stuck in the old, there were only 4.
Is that one more thing you
Yes.
put in the pile?
And the new rule says if it's under
When
10
you want to
million,
get this done?
everything can be taken as loss
Uh,
recovery, if they choose to.
Well,
What's the difference on this one?
that company did it 2 ways. One was
Three.
dig it out and really do good, and the other way was put a couple inches on
That's
top
one
of
you were
it.
telling me about,
Yeah, I probably ought to take these and see what,
they would do.
yeah, like this one right here is pretty close to the one that's 50-something thousand there, so there's $20,000 difference there. I mean, but I need to go through them and make sure, but reading it here, it's pretty close. Every contractor had a different opinion on what he thought ought to be done to get it right, and all these guys are reputable asphalt companies, so I would take their word for it. That one was an out of town I wasn't familiar with, but he had done work for John
Seen
Jones.
that. So you knew all 3 of these, or you knew 2 of the 3?
I knew 2 of them, and this one was out of town, the Striegels, but he has a good reference.
That's actually it, I think it was.
What do you need from us, or do you just letting us know?
The other one was.
Well, I guess, Tammy, the next thing would be take it to council, right, and see if we wanna use those funds for that?
They would have, the commissioners would actually have to approve that, and then the council would consider appropriation for that project. I think this does fall in a potential ARP. And this will again be another thing for the stack that I have that's building, that
Well,
we can review real quickly.
Yeah.
Take some of the, we'll prioritize here real soon.
Yeah, I think, cause it's a county project, I don't know, would they even do that at this time of the year?
No, I mean, the weather.
We're talking about
Right.
warm weather and
Yeah,
asphalt plant open.
we'd be better off at the table, let me look at these and make
So
sure.
if you guys
Let's just
if you table these, so he can review, and then I don't know if the city would need to be in on talking about the options for this, because they actually own the property.
Yeah, that would be fine, and
Read it now?
So, he
No,
could,
cause he's gonna call 2 of those counties, cause it's not apples to apples.
so, but do you think we should read who bid and the amounts? Okay, all right,
Well,
Scope of work.
don't do that.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Unless I missed it, I didn't. I know you have talked with him, but we wanna make sure that we're not running water off into the.
Yes.
Yeah, every one of these contractors agreed upon,
Run it to the center.
yeah, north and
Okay.
south of the buildings go up, run it to the center, and the city, had agreed to put a drain down there and run it, they were gonna take care of that part. Now, originally, when I talked to Terry and Jason, it's been a few months ago, their plans was to move the entrance to the center, but, that ain't done yet.
Ain't no
Our part is just the asphalt, so, I'm not sure where we'll stand with that, but,
I think
Jason's not there.
Yeah, Jason, have to be, yeah.
I
So what are
think,
you saying now?
I don't.
Don't leave them, because
Keep
if
them
you're
on.
gonna ask them to fix and do apples to apples, I don't know that we should reveal.
I wouldn't want to anyway.
So
So
table
we're gonna
and take
table
under
them, and then Kevin's gonna talk to all three of them and make sure they're all apples to apples and see where we're at.
So I'll just say consensus to table
What
and
else you
take
got?
under advisement.
that's it, I think.
Sarah?
I think so. Yeah.
Got your bridge inspection guy here tonight?
I do, this is,
He's gone.
yeah, he's still there, we got him. Derek Chow from USI, they done our bridge inspections this year, and, he's come down and take a look at the problem he's having
Well,
on Main Street.
while you're here, you wanna elaborate on that bridge?
It's gonna need to be replaced soon.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a few years, but it needs to be replaced. They did a good job of shoring it up, but it's gonna need some work.
I think Stephen didn't plan on doing it in.
Well, actually, that was something I wanted to bring up to you at
Okay.
this point. Silicon contacted me yesterday, and they want to have a meeting, whether you guys are, they want to buy only rolls out of the steel mill on 2 times a year. March, they can't make that one, but I think the other one's August.
Mhm.
And they said they're wanting to make sure we are locked into the structure that we're wanting to do, or they're talking, and I think they talked to you, but it's 40 inches, 44 inches, or 48 inches, and they want to go 44-inch beams. And they said they only make those twice a year. And they do that because of the water level. They want to make sure they get the big enough bulk of the beam and not take away from the water level. They don't want water smacking the side of them or going over the road, so they want to have a meeting, and I suggested next Friday, where we all three can be there, and they're gonna be there, and we'll see whoever else needs to be there, but we need to lock this in so that, you know, I think we got the money for, for some of it, but we were also talking about bonding something possibly, but.
Yeah,
Or-
that would be the thing, my only concern is right now is, I don't have no hard figures exactly what it's gonna cost, so.
I saw it.
Well, Stephen didn't have it.
Well, I haven't seen it yet, so as long as we're not buying $500,000 or $600,000 of material, and I don't have no idea where the next money's coming from, that would be my only concern right now.
That's what they're bringing to this meeting.
So that's why, yeah.
They had the
The
numbers on
that's what I
paper.
figured.
I was under the impression you had the money.
No, not complete at all.
No, we
I
had.
haven't I got approximately what I
Yeah.
think it would cost, but, I mean, it was fluctuating really a lot with
This number I
The
saw
number they
was
threw at me.
735 something.
Yeah.
Complete.
That was the material.
Oh, I was gonna say, that's
No,
not.
that's the material. That's the material. The rest of it,
sold.
the rest of it will have to be bid out.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Yeah, that would be a good meeting, kinda hash that out and see where we're
We're
standing.
gonna have a meeting at,
Right here.
right here.
Yes,
So are you good with next Friday?
I
You got
should
it?
be.
You got time?
I have to ask my wife.
Friday, 5, next Friday, 5.
Actually, what, can we do it at
Open
daytime?
whenever.
We can surely work that out.
Kevin's probably got a ball game at 5.
I'm open whenever.
Are you saying the 18th?
Whatever that next Friday is. Hang on now.
Are you guys
No.
setting a meeting?
Well,
That's this
yeah, I think
Friday.
that's the next question is what we gotta do to do that.
Talking the 25th.
25th.
Can we do 10? Right, 10 a.m.?
I'm good. I think we just have to ask if we can do this.
Do have a meeting next Friday?
Well, are we talking a public meeting or are we talking an informational
You
meeting?
have to have a public
Yeah, I don't have a problem with being a public meeting.
I don't either, I just want to make sure we get it right.
And we're meeting-
There's no difference between an informational, receiving information and covered under public meeting statute.
So can we set that up 10 o'clock next Friday, at the
That's
25th?
You talking about
225.
USI?
Actually, Civicon and,
I mean.
Civicon took
I'm
the,
sorry, yeah.
has the
They had-
contract. where
they had a
it's gonna start
contract for the
first.
material.
Yeah.
You know, it might be, I don't know, I hate to do this, but maybe just be easier to have them in here and we each come in for an hour or something. I don't know, it seems like we're
They
doing
want-
an
they
awful
want-
lot of business here for nothing. I mean, we're just gonna, I don't care, what everybody wants to do, I'm good.
Let's do it next Friday, 10.
Okay. I mean,
Post that.
I can, okay, that being said, CivilCon at 10 a.m. on 225, and this is a particular thing with CivilCon?
Bridge 105 construction.
Bridge 105, okay,
we said 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
very good, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Hey, Fortner, do you wanna go next? I thought he was.
Bye,
Take care.
Madam.
Thank you.
Alright,
I think we can cancel that tomorrow.
we'll worry about that.
Good evening.
This rectify itself?
Yes,
That's even better.
so do you want to cancel it tomorrow?
Well, we're going to.
Okay.
That's good to me.
No joke. Just, I'm sleep on it.
I don't have a whole lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you, it made you stretch, didn't I?
How you doing, sir?
Good, how are you, sir?
So,
Appreciate you, coming up and being a paramedic and a trainer in our facility.
worked out well. So, the top part is, I normally give you a rundown where we're at. We're at 186 runs so far this month. And we're at, I think like 66,000 for the month so far, so we're having a really good month. Moving on. Training department's already brought in right at $10,000, and we have not started collecting for the EMT class yet either. So we're actually doing really well with the training center for only being a month in for collections as well. Main two reasons I'm here. Number one, just if there's any update on the vehicle swap procedure, and number two is the paramedic program and what we can do. Excuse me, what we can do with that. So I know.
Well, let's go to the paramedic class first.
Okay.
What do you need from us to start it tomorrow?
So we
And I
need
know
to-
it's not tomorrow.
Right. So I would like to advertise as soon as possible for a class starting July 12th. However, I know that I have to go to the council for a budget because they did not appropriate a budget for a paramedic class this year.
All right, so
So I don't want to advertise and then get shot down and not have a class, but the class makes 3 times what our budget is.
But you do have some money laid aside for this, or?
So there's some dedicated money in a paramedic fund nest egg. It's about 7 to 8 grand short of what we need.
And what fund's that in?
It's in our 1151, but it's separated for like the paramedic
but
program.
what you're saying is you're gonna have upwards of 20 to 25 people in this class at whatever, what was the number?
We
came up
decided
with?
on $8,000.
So
With a
$8,000.
$1,250 deposit.
We voted on that.
And we voted on that.
Yep.
And
So that's what we're set at. Our break-even point for the class is 4 people.
So are you hearing this, Eric?
Yeah.
So
Well, it sounds like a lot of money gonna come into it.
Well,
It's-
but it's gonna pay for itself in the first month, probably. I mean, if
First couple months, yeah.
If there's 10 people in the class, it's gonna pay.
Because the one thing we do have to consider is what we had talked about prior, is where he is our program director, we do need to negotiate some type of program director contract or fee through that, whether it's through him directly as an employee or the LLC separately. Him and I have talked about a figure and I'm pleased with it, that's a council thing. But as far as talking about
Books, the books is the main part of our cost. The books are what we get quoted for everything but $800 a piece, $900 a piece, not a piece, but per set for the student. But at 25 students, we're talking quite a bit of money, a couple, $15,000, $18,000 in just books. The thing that we do is we require the down payment up front. That down payment is to cover the cost of the books. We don't order your books till we get the down payment. So that way we're not out any money there.
In case somebody jumps.
Correct. So another benefit that we have going for us is if he is on contract, you have me as a salaried employee and Danny as a salaried employee. We can bring down our instructor costs for the paramedic program. What we were spending $21,000 to $25,000, I think, in the last few years, we can bring that probably down to half. We'll still have to have some, because on skilled days, we have to have extra paramedics and people in there because 2 people can't watch 25 students standing at each other. So there are some days that you have to have extra people in there. But where his primary role and my primary role and Danny's primary role can be teaching, all of us are gonna be contracted or salary, so there's not that huge instructor hit for hourly like we've been doing in the past. But I don't wanna advertise and then the council say, we're not gonna appropriate you a penny more for this paramedic program. And then kind of what happened last year happened, we advertised and then have to cancel the class. It's not a good look.
No.
Especially with Cohen. So he's been working his tail off at home, at work, on the road. He calls me 13 times a day and I answer about 6 of those. And it's always about this, which is good. But we're at that point with COAMP where we do or we're done. And this
So
is a
either
big
they
thing to
approve
lose.
it, or if they don't approve it, it's dead in the water.
Right, and we're out the $50,000 of initial application and all that money we spent for nothing.
And there's no
So-
fee.
Well, but it is a moneymaker
If done correctly, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, and tell me, I think last time we had 10.
We've never lost money on a paramedic program.
But it's the initial upfront money that
And that's
we
why
have
the
to
first
put out.
year, we only made like $9,000 or $10,000, but we had to buy mannequins that we didn't have that are $10,000, $15,000 a piece. We didn't have a huge supply of IVs and stuff that are in date that we practice with, because going through paramedic class, I have to stick you have to stick me. We can't do that with the expired
But you've got all
equipment.
this stuff now.
We've got the IVs and stuff we'd have to buy, but there's no mannequins we've got to buy. There's no CPR mannequins we have to buy. There's nothing but in-date stuff that we would have to purchase. Like IVs, saline flushes, the normal stuff that you'd have to do on each other, we'd have to buy because we can't, that stuff expires within a year, so we can't keep that stuff stockpiled, then it just goes bad. But as far as the main operating cost, it's there.
But the point of it is, it's not a detriment, it is going to
It is
be a
financially
plus
beneficial.
financially, and we're gonna reap our money back.
Yes.
And I think you told me, I think last year, we had 10 people in the class, and we're still cheaper than most of the area places
So,
that are teaching this class.
The only place that we're not cheaper than is Harrison County, and they require AP before you go and a couple other requirements.
It would appear to me that if we don't do it, somebody else is
Oh,
gonna
they're
get this
doing
money.
it.
It'll just go somewhere else.
But the benefit to me is, or the benefit I see is that we're training our own
Own
people,
people.
a lot of our own people to be paramedics, and that in turn turns, more qualified people out into the, or better qualified people out into the.
Train our own people, make money,
Yeah.
makes sense.
And the thing is, there is a big difference in quality of care quantitatively when it comes to the difference between an EMT and a paramedic. Your range is just so much bigger. But, if you're not in the EMS community, you don't know a whole lot about it. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but we are known as Scott County to be a very top-tier training institute.
Oh, yeah.
And I would like to continue that.
Well,
there's some people out there that we are a training institute that also does ambulance runs. That's how some people look at us, because we do put out very good qualified people.
Well, I'm for it, as long as it's, it's not a cost to the county, and it's never been,
We've never lost money on a paramedic program.
Well, you'll keep us updated.
Can I ask three quick questions, and not in depth, just give me a kind of generic answer.
Okay.
First thing is, you said something about, the employees that are gonna be utilized to teach the program. Is anything gonna be a cost to the county by taking people away from doing a regular job and doing this?
You still have the cost of paying them to be there as an instructor, but
Yeah.
we don't pay them off the truck to do it. if
I
that's
see,
the case.
so there won't be any,
There's not, we're not depleting trucks to teach the class.
We're not bringing a part-time person in to fill their
overtime
position.
or anything like that?
There may be overtime depending on who does it, but that's the instructor line item that it comes out of, it's not their normal pay.
The class will pay
The
that.
class, it's factored into the class expense, not,
Okay.
not their normal shift pay.
Okay. Well, I already forgot the other question, but the other, how much, I'm separating the two amounts of money out. The amount of money that you guys are investing in it or gonna have from your, budget already, is X dollars. What is that? And then how much do you gonna want from the county council to vote for the extra?
We'd have to have the full appropriation anyway, because it's for the class. Like we'd have to.
Well, you said a minute ago, you have so much in your account now that you can do it, but you need $7,000 or
Yeah.
$8,000 more to make that, to start the class.
Yeah, that's probably a bad way of wording it, so.
You know, word it for a really dummy. Word it for, you know, when you explain it to a rock.
He's good at that.
Yeah, so.
He needs to be.
Back to third shift.
Yep. Between the last two paramedic programs, we have, I think it's about $66,000 is what we have in that area. That is what we've accumulated over the last two classes. It takes about 72 to 75 for us to run. But there's no appropriation for that 66 ballpark figure of what we have, because they didn't plan on having a paramedic program. So I would need the full appropriation of money
But the money's there.
as a budget for the paramedic program, because none of it's appropriated right now.
Most of it, I guess.
But you
according-
said a minute ago, you
I
had
haven't.
some of the money.
That's from the way that the stuff
Pretty
is
good
like
feeder.
62,
I mean, that's estimate, 62, right, is what,
the paramedic program.
I honestly can't speak to that because I haven't looked at that budget in depth as far as what was the last time we ran it, cause we didn't run
Let's call
one
it 60 to be safe.
for a couple of years.
but there's an accumulation of money that's there.
A line item for the paramedic program exists within your budget system. So they would need to
Appropriate the full amount.
create the lines for the expenditures of the paramedic school and then put funds appropriated into those line items for expenses. And if he's got cash operating at the bottom as he purports as 66,000, there'll be starter money that you can already move up into these lines. If he's going to expend beyond that and run any of those lines negative, he'll need to have additional monies pulled from somewhere else appropriated up into those lines. Does that make sense? Or move funds, expenditures to.
That's way more than I needed to know. I just
Yeah.
need to know,
I have seen
basically,
money.
you have 60-some thousand, and you're gonna need 70-some, you're gonna need from us a ton,
10 grand.
about 10 grand.
And that,
That's basically.
and that may
I think
depend,
so.
you know,
It's
and that
not-
may
okay,
depend
I
on.
agree with all that.
It's a positive,
So about 10 grand to get what you want back.
but you're gonna get back.
Absolutely.
I'll pay you first.
Yeah. No, I just like I just like to have these numbers. I'm really just,
And
Really
we can sit here and do
I agree with you.
hypotheticals right now.
that's all I care about.
Yeah, no.
We can sit here.
I trust you guys. I say trust.
Use that word lightly, yeah.
Well, whatever the word is, I believe that you guys are all trying to do a good job. You're overseeing what they're doing. He's overseeing what he's doing. I take it for granted everybody's trying to do a good job, and
It's your
I'm
job
just-
to watch the money.
I'm always about the numbers. So that's it.
Yeah, that's good.
So,
Trust but verify.
Ain't no problem
yeah,
there.
yeah. But that sounds reasonable to me from
Ronald Reagan.
I think,
what I know.
I think the 10,000 will usually, like he said, 2 months into it, people will pay their fees and that 10,000 will be recouped, so, but I think it's always been a positive for our county. I think it's a positive for our EMS service.
Yeah.
Thing I always ask Jacob is, how you gonna pay all these paramedics when you get them, the local paramedics that are going through the class, how you gonna pay them when everybody that was an EMT in a separate payroll?
how are you gonna pay all of them being a paramedic?
It sucks, but I will tell you from experience, it's a good problem to have.
Oh, that's exactly right.
Because this state's over 3,000 paramedics short. So if you have a surplus of paramedics, you should probably pay them much.
Yeah, I get that.
We're for it.
Me too.
So I'll entertain a
So,
motion to.
I just want to be able to advertise and,
I thought we
I
already
don't
did
want to
vote
be
on it.
guaranteed, but I
We
just.
voted on how much he was gonna charge. I think.
You're
he's-
my no vote, so if I say it.
That's right, so if I'm leaning the other way,
Right,
then you're good.
What Nick needs,
That's
what
right,
Nick needs
that's
is
right.
for us to.
I don't mean that in a bad way.
What Nick needs is for us to approve him going back to the council and saying, I need $10,000 to start the EMS.
I'll make that motion
For the paramedic
to
program.
pass, I'm gonna say 15,000, so it'll be open. If it's less than that, you're okay. Well, I'll throw it in there, but
He was good at 10.
Well,
Somebody's always gotta push the limits.
I'm gonna throw
I got
15
you.
out, just
You're all right.
for security's sake,
Sure.
to pass, to allow Nick to go to the council to ask for money. It's basically feeder money,
It's feeder
Yeah.
money, it's
Yeah.
upfront money.
yeah.
Startup
I
money
made
for
motion.
paramedics.
John made a motion to, approve a number to go, $15,000 to go to the council, to start the, EMS, or the paramedic programs.
I'm a Republican, so I second that, but with the 14.99.
Well, actually,
Yeah, but it'll be on a credit card though, so with 2% interest.
I'm a big time,
Change.
I'm a big time conservative, so I don't want to say 12, but I'll.
Well, I'm the liberal, I went from 10 to 15,000.
So anyway, I'll make that unanimous, so we'll send it to the council for, Eric to convince the other ones to give you the money.
If you have to go lower, you can.
What else you got?
The only other thing, so we're starting, I got two things to this. I know that prior to my arrival of the meeting that I was late finding out about, was talking about vehicle. You and I had kind of just talked about it in passing. We're running into an issue with back supply of lighting equipment. So I just want to know if it's something that we think we're going to move forward on. Lighting,
Oh, okay.
like it's,
Vehicle lighting.
yeah, it's made in wherever that they can't get anything from right now. So, if it's something we can do, I know that you guys had completely talked, or Lindy, somebody had mentioned doing one vehicle right now. I'm completely content doing one vehicle, and whether we're moving.
What do you mean doing one vehicle?
So initially, we were gonna get 2 Durangos.
Yeah,
We're gonna take my 2 trucks, give them to Highway.
Yeah.
Highway was gonna take their 2 trucks and give them to John Jones.
Yeah.
We're just moving the stuff.
yeah.
So I would be fine right now just getting one Durango, giving Kevin both of my trucks. If Kevin is willing to give me his Colorado as well. That way he gets both trucks he wants. They're
We're
big
not-
for me.
Okay, well, the last time we talked about $20-something thousand.
It was 29,000 for the 2 Durangos, but, I don't think it's gonna float with the.
So we're just talking of moving vehicles.
No,
Well, I
right?
still
We're
need
talking
one
about
vehicle.
buying
vehicle.
one new car or one new Durango. And when the trade-in of the 2016 Ford F-250, it's a 150, you're right. 150 would go to the trade for the Durango, and we would have to have $15,000 roughly to buy the Durango. The other, what they're talking about, and I think he's worked it out with Kevin, is that Kevin gives up to Colorado
To me.
to them for their trainer, so that the trainer can go to these off-sites and do training for factories and schools and everything else.
And
So
then he still gets the 2 big trucks he
gets
can
the
use
2
and need.
3/4 tons.
It
for,
benefits him more than it benefits me, but at the same time, it doesn't benefit me to have those big vehicles.
No, I'm with all this, what's the,
They
I thought
can't-
we was gonna buy a vehicle. Are we buying a vehicle or not?
We're buying one.
I would
For how
like
much?
to
For
15-ish.
For $15,000 with a trade-in.
With the trade-in from the other Durango?
15,000.
I got a suggestion
Okay.
on that too.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I don't know if I should keep my mouth shut up.
Go ahead,
Throw
Councilman.
in money.
Go ahead.
Well, we talked about this and, you know, I don't wanna get strung out on it, but you're doing a good job and you're making money, and we're gonna look at this, in June the 30th, I guess, is when you look at the mid-year, you know, how we're doing things. So, for the sake of money saving, give Kevin one truck, one crew cab, you keep the other crew cab, Kevin gives you the Colorado, and
That
that's it.
doesn't help our response time right now.
Well, but I mean, you don't lose any vehicles.
But I don't gain what I need.
And Kevin wouldn't get what he needs.
Well, I understand, but
We're, at that point, we're moving trucks to move trucks with no real gain.
well, Kevin's getting a big truck, he needs that. You don't need it, so that's one good move.
Okay, so
You're getting the Colorado, you need that, as opposed to the big truck, so that's another good move, the Colorado's okay. So that, you can use the other crew cab, for 6 months until we,
The benefit of moving the Colorado to me is to help Kevin more than it is to me, because I've got no problem using the big truck to haul stuff. The benefit is getting the Durango to get rid of one of the big trucks.
I will say this, let me throw this in there, because both of those big trucks have a camper shell on them. The camper shell on the black truck was a $5,000 add-on.
4,986.
So if we can sell that, which may already be sold, there's a skid unit in it, which there's a fire department that's already asked to buy it. The light bars on there, there's two departments that have already asked to buy those. So we may not be $15,000 out of WIP. We may be closer to, I won't say the number is. So we're gonna get rid of some stuff that's on those trucks that shouldn't have been there. So it's not it's less than what it is, but I can't tell you what the number is, because, by the time the deals are worked out with the fire departments and the other people, and sell the two cabs, or the two, what do they call those things, toppers? So anyway.
There's a kind of a problem here with selling things and turning the money around immediately and going somewhere else, because what
I get that.
happens
I'm just
is
saying.
receipts to funds, and it goes back to where it was born from. So wherever the monies were appropriated from originally, it just gets receipted back into that fund, generally absorbed into the balance that moves forward in the next budget year. And then if you're gonna do anything with that, you have to go to the state and ask for an additional, you have to increase a budget to be able to spend it in the same year you took the receipt in.
well, I guess that could be a question, because if the topper that you're talking about, $5,000 worth of, or whatever that, if that came from like a tip or something like we were talking about,
Came from
that has to
CARES.
go back to tip, that won't help us.
Came from CARES.
Yeah.
CARES has restrictions
CARES basically went to general fund.
Yeah, that was a general fund that,
So-
it came from CARES Act, but it went to the general fund and was paid out of the
It goes
general
back to
fund.
the fund, right? It doesn't go back to the.
It goes back to just the fund, and as a general
Parent
receipt,
shell.
It
miscellaneous,
goes back to the general fund.
yes.
But
Yes.
then you can reappropriate it out of the general.
Not in the
You can't
same budget.
Well, I get that, I don't know what you're saying there, but without asking.
But nevertheless, it comes back to us.
Yes.
You might have to wait 8 months for this.
So, you can make appropriations somewhere else to pay for it, but if it's already, transfer or whatever, but that's like new money to
Well, I
that
get that,
fund
but what I'm
again.
saying is, there's going to be money coming back off of some equipment that is coming off those trucks that Kevin doesn't need. And there's other people that's already stepped up and said, I want it, and I'll pay you for it. So, there's gonna be money coming back on the backside, and it's not gonna go to him, obviously, it's gonna go to the general fund, so anyway.
What do we need to do here?
That's all.
Well, we're down to
Right.
buying one car for 15,
And then just do the swaps from there.
and do the swaps.
We need a motion.
Yeah.
So let's get this thing worded just right. We're gonna make a motion to let him swap some vehicles with the highway
Tell one
department.
to take it.
And do we need to send him the authority to ask for 15,000 more? Or is that money already there somewhere? Okay, now then.
I make a motion to allow, Nick to, or email, sorry, I should say, EMS to, give the county highway 2 vehicles, and Kevin give EMS the Colorado, and sell, or trade in the Ford F-150 for a Durango.
I'm with everything you said. Where's the 15,000 come into?
Well, we don't know that number for sure.
So you gonna come back later to us?
I know,
Well,
I
he'll
know.
have to council.
I'm out of this.
Actually, hang on a second, I know what the
Okay.
number is, unless
Well, we're
it,
talking money, they need to know.
unless it's changed. Hang on a minute.
Didn't know it was something you already had budgeted somewhere laid aside.
They don't have it.
So we gotta let.
It's
yeah.
15,000, he goes, if we took the, well, actually, if we took the Ford F-150 and trade, and the balance due would be 15,500.
So we're gonna authorize him to go to the council and ask for that much.
I don't think they're gonna give it to him, and that's where I'm
Well,
coming
they
from.
may not. That's just, I wanna make sure I knew what the, what we're voting on here.
Tammy, and I will say what Teresa told me, is that Teresa said, without going to several accounts and going through their budget, highway's budget, she was saying that we could pay it out of, our venture trucking, account, or we can take it out of the timber account, or whatever, but, taking it out of the trucking account, that is gonna supplement itself back. The timber account, once it's gone, it's gone. There's not even gonna be anything else put back in it, so.
So we're gonna authorize him to go ahead and have the $15,000 from the venture account.
How much is in the venture
He won't have to
account?
go
Have
to
you
the
any idea?
council.
Hang on,
She said there was like
I could find
50-some
that.
thousand or something
Yeah.
in both of them.
To combined, cause I knew we had 41 minus the 10, and the other one, we had about 31 left in the timber fund. That's the last time I've looked at one of
It's
those.
41,000.
So if I'm right, we're gonna authorize him to use our venture fund. Does he have to go to the council?
They will have to
It's already-
appropriate,
Unless it's already appropriated.
Well,
And
the
not for
money's there,
22.
we just have to, I mean, we can authorize it as long as we
Money
can.
being there doesn't mean that it's appropriate.
Yeah,
That's where I'm going, so he'll still have to go to the council, it's just giving him an option of not going to the general fund and all that.
Let me get this really straight on what you're suggesting. I mean, right now you've got 2 crew cabs and a Durango, and that's it.
Correct.
Okay, so, and Kevin's got a Colorado and a Ford F-150, and so you're gonna give Kevin both crew cabs, and he's gonna give you F-150, no,
He's gonna trade the
He's
F-150.
trading the F-150 in on the Durango
Basically,
to
no.
bring the price of the Durango from 33,000 to 15,000.
It's not
Okay.
concerned
And then I
about
get the Colorado.
the money, I mean, it's walking
Okay, so then
around.
you'll have-
business.
3 vehicles.
2
He just has. to-
Two different vehicles.
Two
They got-
Durangos.
15.
Yeah, that's his issue, not the rest of
One
it.
new, one used,
so
and
you
one
guys
used.
can approve that.
Yeah, we can do all that.
They have the same number.
But
as
council's
Lisa.
got to
But you can't do it.
appropriate.
But he's
the
gonna have
venture
something
fund.
he can
Yeah,
use,
that's
and not
what I'm
something.
saying. We're talking
he
about
can't.
something we
Kevin's
need to
not-
be talking
The biggest
about.
I mean,
It benefits
Yeah.
Kevin more than it does me, to be honest.
it does benefit Kevin more,
Sure.
because he needs those trucks.
But
and he can't
ultimately,
get
we
them.
can move these around, that's our business, we wanna move them around.
Yes.
Your issue's the money.
The 15.5.
Yeah, my issue
Yeah.
is money, you guys move trucks where you want to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And that's what I suggested before, you move the trucks around, it don't cost anything. But, you know, that's okay, you're making this other deal, that's fine.
And, yeah, and, then it can come out of the venture fund, which the council could still say no if they wanted to.
Yeah, they're gonna have to vote to move the money.
We're trying to give something where you don't have to take it out of the,
General fund. It's out of our fund.
so,
We're trying to fix it to your other mistake.
All right, John made a motion to.
for the 15,000.
For the 15,500.
Whatever it is, yeah.
For the $15,500 to come out of the venture fund, the commissioner's venture fund, and give Nick the opportunity to go to the council and ask for the money.
I make a motion.
No, he made the motion.
So I'll second that. I thought I made a motion already.
I was just reading, I was just.
I think we both did.
That's clarifying.
Uno card, reverse.
And I'll make that unanimous, so.
Okay.
So I go asking for money out of your account.
Out of the venture account.
Venture account.
Okay.
Venture out the trucks.
That,
The venture out all the trucks behind the John
Actually
Jones
called the
building.
rental proceeds.
Yeah, we actually get money from all those
Rental
trucks that
proceeds.
behind John Jones' old building
Yes.
every month.
Venture.
No, no.
okay, the other piece of paper you'll see tomorrow. This one, you'll see tomorrow, I just brought it as a sneak peek.
Oh, I thought.
And then, the Durangos, right now are not lettered appropriately, and I think that's pretty unanimous. I'm wanting to do something that matches what we have. We got this mock-up here from, Brandon at Watson Signs to match what it was, and I have the money for this, so I won't have to ask for it.
Where you got it? Where you got it at?
Where do I have
What fund
one?
you got it in?
Vehicle, like the vehicle maintenance fund. Or printing and advertising, or whatever you want to use, but I've got several avenues for it.
Okay.
Looks good. Brandon, you still here?
Yep. Yeah.
Looks good. Just don't be wrapping anything.
We're not happening, this is.
I mean, I'll make that comment, because that's where things really created a problem, money-wise, is I believe EMS is going in the right direction now by going to the new simplistic ambulance.
Well, it looks better.
And then you know what that costs. It's like me doing a Jeffersonville police car, they already know what the cost of that is. Now, if they change their graphic every 3 months, you know, so I believe, I don't know for sure, if the one that we just did is gonna stay that ambulance. That you wouldn't have to worry about the price going up. Basically, it would be saving money.
How many vehicles are you doing here, wrapping?
The one that we already have,
Yeah.
and then the new one if we get one,
So how much we talking money wise?
$700 a piece.
You got the money.
I got
Okay.
I got another.
You okay with that?
I'm good with that.
Hey, I'm good with it.
Don't need to bid that.
I got a question
It's a good
about it.
decimal point, right?
I got a question about the, and I know we haven't sold it, and I know we're still looking at selling it, but, did that Chevrolet ambulance, how was it purchased?
Half was, okay, I don't want to say half. A portion was through economic redevelopment, and a portion was through CARES.
Okay, here's where I'm going.
147 was through
If we
CARES.
sell
and
it,
the
do
rest
we
was
have to give the money back to redevelopment?
no take backs.
Sorry.
Right.
That doesn't mean you couldn't redevelop
Then
it.
redevelopment could reappropriate.
That's what your question was earlier.
Because we have enough, redevelopment has enough funds that exceeds the amount we're gonna be receiving. So, I mean, we have cash operating.
So they could be yellow.
So they could reappropriate
If needed.
in '22, because they have enough cash operating to do so. That would, and then it'll just be receipted in and absorbed into the next budget cycle.
It's what you said.
You need, the money off the ambulance that you're gonna sell.
Maybe.
If we sell it, the big
If
one.
you sell it.
The portion of it go back to TIF,
Some of it goes back to TIF, and some of it's gonna come,
but in 2022, they could reappropriate it back to us.
They can
as
give
an
it back.
expense.
If we had a reason to, yeah.
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 The difference in it going to general fund right now, say it was just bought out of general fund, okay?
Yeah.
General fund's gotta have cuts. It would just go to absorb to offset what we have to cut.
well, that's,
So that's where you would lose it.
But
It
where
would
I-
be lost, but we don't have a cut in redevelopment fund. So there's
Where-
money there to appropriate.
where I was trying to use it is to pay some of the bills that we have through EMS and with Striker Fund.
You could for the next payment cycle on that contract.
So next year, we could,
Yes.
they could reappropriate it, we could
I
pay,
think.
help pay that bill off a little bit
Money
more.
comes to us, we repay it.
Because the redevelopment would be
Yeah,
cognizant
yeah.
of the fact
My
that that
only
was
thing with
return
that was,
funds.
You know, will they? You know, and I don't know. You know,
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
and I can tell you I want to, but you don't know what I'm
That's what I'm
gonna
saying,
do.
that's,
Yeah.
that's the only
Well,
case.
but we've never really went to the board and
plead the case for him money, I guess we could go and plead the case and say,
That
hey,
was my whole point.
and say, hey, we'd like for you to do this, I mean.
Well,
Yeah, I
that-
can sit here and tell you it wouldn't be a problem, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But we know that we can do it.
The possibilities.
Yeah, so, and do we have any update on that?
So, yes, they worked on the commission fee with me.
I'm talking about the ambulance service down south.
Oh, they're fixing that one.
No, I know, but they were looking for one anyway.
Yeah, they haven't said anything.
I'll pose that question again, see if I can get an answer.
Okay, but
But the other part was going with Kevin and putting it on, auction gov.
Yes.
And seeing, before we do this deal with Crossroads.
I have failed to make that happen yet. I've just been grounding, so my apologies that I have failed.
You're not doing that?
I just.
Don't call him
Too
tomorrow.
much good stuff on TV.
Don't call him tomorrow, let him make it.
Yeah, if you can give me an hour block, but,
Anyway, see,
the one thing with Crossroads is they brought it down to 10, but they still want to strip it, and I've said we're not doing it right now.
well.
So
we can
I would
put-
like to do the
We
job.
can put it on, take pictures of it, you're already taking pictures,
Yep.
put it on, that auction site for a week, and if we sell it, we sell it, if we don't, we don't.
Okay.
But I would like to say, ask that other company if they are out of not wanting it before we do that.
The only question I have on that, and, maybe way out there, but, is that the ambulance that you have to sell, that you just want to, or can you just sell one of the ones that the money comes straight back to us?
That's one that is it's actually should
It would
have
be
been
more
bought.
beneficial to sell that one.
Okay.
It's hard to use. And
Okay.
didn't we decide to do that like auction, rather than just put it up for sale?
I need to get with Kevin to see
Yeah.
what the process is, whether someone comes out and
You
takes
think we'd make
pictures
more
and
money
posts it
that
for
way?
us. Okay.
Well, I got an inquiry from another ambulance service that is wanting to buy it. And that's why I was asking him, have we heard any more from him? And if we haven't, then I'll reach out to him tomorrow and say,
Go ahead.
are you in or are you out? Are you considering it or are you not considering it?
Me personally, I'd rather try the auction first, because I think what I'm hearing, the prices are quite high.
And if I need to take it down there, I'll drive it down there. I mean, it works fine.
Well, at least give the
Well,
auction a
no,
try.
they'll come down, take a picture, and,
Mhm.
they,
You've got to hook up the
He's
kid.
talking about the auction.
Yeah, I was talking about to the service down south here,
And
in Indiana.
If that
Oh,
don't
If they want, if it's something they want to see, I'll drive it.
Oh.
Not salesman it.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you.
Brandon wants something.
Oh, yes, one more thing.
Stand up, Brandon. No. He did that on purpose.
Go ahead.
No, I've got work to do.
Go ahead.
I think I may have seen it in another meeting about if you decide to do that auction, .gov or whatever, and then maybe it was discussed about, do we strip the graphics off, not we, as a me.
We're not stripping it until we sell it.
That's my philosophy.
And then
They can
if it
strip
didn't
it.
sell, then you'd have to obviously pay someone to strip them off. What I'm trying to say is, you don't, I could take a picture of that ambulance on my computer and remove those graphics in the
On the
picture.
picture, yeah.
So you don't have to pay
Oh,
me
I
to
see what you're
remove them,
saying, yeah.
or someone to
Yeah.
remove them, and then it doesn't sell, and then you gotta, we got now. If
Well, Crossroads to me is the third option.
that makes sense, I would just Photoshop the graphics off the picture.
I appreciate y'all for that, thank you.
Can you put,
So that way you don't
can you
have to
put
spend,
Daniel's
you don't
face
have
on
to
the
pay
side
to
of
strip
it?
it, and if it don't sell, you don't have to pay to get restripped. I'm just throwing that out there.
Any questions for Adam on the paramedic stuff that I cannot answer?
No, outside of if you're writing a contract for him or whatever, you need to bring that to us.
Do I bring it to you before I go to them?
Yes.
I
that's
think
how
you have
this
to.
works.
Yeah.
I'll just sign it?
You get approval
Send it to
here.
me a couple days
Yes,
early.
yeah, he's got to see it.
I need your and then fuel prices, that had got brought up. We are currently not locked in for fuel. We can.
Obviously, the government's not either.
Yeah, so we can, but they wanna lock us in at $3.73 for fuel and $3.51 for gas.
So diesel is what you're saying, fuel.
Yes, diesel fuel is $3.73 and gas unleaded is
Who'd
$3.51
want to do that?
per meter.
And
So,
that's at our tank.
Correct. Apparently, there's now a convenience fee, because I can drive to the pump for $3.19. So, we can do one of three things. Sign the contract, and then there's a fuel stipulation that we put in there, how many gallons. So I put 2,000, we haven't signed anything, just this is talking. I was gonna put 2,000 on the diesel and 7,000 on the gas. But if we only use 1,000 of diesel, we still have to pay for the other 1,000 of diesel that we didn't use.
Well, I'm sitting there thinking, sign a contract, but I don't mean we gotta pump gas out, you can still go get it for $3.19.
That's what I'm saying too.
Yeah,
Have you reached out to anybody?
and then when
else?
we run out, we
The
got
problem
gas.
is, we do not own those tanks.
Yeah, it's a contract.
Oh, okay. They're
So
from your tanks.
I checked to see if the tanks were ours, because if the tanks were ours, I could Bishop or Riley or whoever else, but they're not our tanks. So I can also reach out to see how much it would be for them to say, hey, if we go with you, what is this? Would it be enough savings to switch out tanks and all that stuff?
Is there a contract?
We are not under contract right now.
I would reach out and get some bids.
No.
Yeah.
But the other part of that is, I understand walking it.
Right now, I'm-
Walking it in, but also, like John said, I drive down the street
So-
and get it at $3.19.
Yeah,
With locking it in, that is the most that it'll go. So if tomorrow gas
That's fine.
drops to $2 a gallon, then we see that same.
Yeah, it's on down.
But, you know,
Yeah.
it won't exceed it, but the issue that I have is the whole, they have to give us an amount of gallons, and if we say $7,000 of gas, it only locks us in for that amount. So if we go to 8, then it goes to market price. But if we only spend 5, or if we only get 5,000 gallons, we still have to pay for the 2,000 gallons we didn't use, because that's what we contracted as. So it's a really big gamble. I would rather just pay the market fluctuation, or go to the gas pump. Right now, there's too much going on in my opinion. But I'll do whatever you
that's,
want.
that's a risk, because we don't know, it may be $4.50 for the
Purchase so many gallons of fuel.
Correct. And if we only put 1,000 on there, then we're only locked into that price for 1,000 gallons.
Okay.
After
Yeah.
1,000 gallons, then we pay market price. So it's like this blade.
What's the least amount we can buy? 1,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
But
gotta have
after
gas.
that, we pay market price, so you're only benefiting for the first 1,000 gallons.
And that's only about 4 fills.
Well, my thoughts are maybe we purchase 1,000 gallons at that price,
And then use the pump.
and then we use the pumps.
I got you. Okay.
So we're gonna have to have gas, one way or the other.
You go electric.
It's just trying
I
to
mean,
keep
I
it
can
cheap as we get it.
That way.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, just, whatever we can do, keep it cheap as we can get it.
Paying you nothing, get a car.
Well, I'm more worried about gas going to $4.
So I'll
Me
get some
too, that's what I'm saying.
prices from Riley and
Maybe
Bishop.
we lock ourselves in for 1,000 gallons.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
He uses the pumps.
Good seeing you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Get out of here, I mean, how do I get home before midnight?
Uh,
John's gonna start talking here in a minute.
I
I'll never
am.
get out of here.
Don't expect me to agree with these guys.
I don't wanna have to pick this for the second and third hour. I already had a 3 hours.
How you doing?
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Dan.
Did you get those pins we talked about? You had that last one.
What?
Oh, gosh.
I'm not gonna read
Do I need to mute the
I'm
camera?
afraid to, I didn't catch, let me turn these up.
It started with the pens.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right. Answer no. Now it's no, wasn't it? Now it's no.
So,
This is a relatively quick.
Good, all right. See you.
Good, see ya.
How you doing, Jeff?
What is relatively?
But yeah, I mean,
Well, the first thing I'm gonna need to consult with.
What's this got to do with your cousin?
What I was wanting to do was change our vendor for our mass notifications. We currently have Nixon. That's $6,480 a year. Hard to navigate. Yeah, 6,400.
And that's Nixle?
Yeah.
And they just provide a service to you, right? You don't buy products from them?
It's just,
You don't need to go through public purchasing for service contracts.
well, the good thing about that is, that comes out of my state 911 funds. They pay for it, it comes out of my telephone from them. So it's nothing that I have to budget, it's already budgeted. The problem is, I've looked at 3 other companies,
The one that I really wanted to go to, Jefferson County just switched to them, Clark County, Louisville Metro uses it, it's called Rave.
Called what?
Rave. Initially, it would have been $7,200 startup, but after that, it dropped to $5,200. So that's saving us $1,400 a year.
And you have fund to pay for it?
Yeah.
It doesn't come out of local money.
So the first month or the first year, $7,200, and after that, every year after that is $5,200?
Yeah.
Well, let's say raise the rates.
And this is all about mass notifications and that kind of stuff.
Severe weather, all that stuff.
Yeah.
The problem I ran into is our contract is up with Nixle the 15th of next month. Okay? I tried to call the company.
Talking about Rave.
No.
You talk about Nixle.
I tried to call them to get hold of somebody and say, to tell them, hey, look, I don't want to auto renew. I want to cancel. I finally got a hold of somebody yesterday.
30 days.
Hmm?
30 days notice.
Yeah. And he's like, trying to do the salesman thing. Oh, what can we do to keep you? I was like, you got till 5 o'clock tomorrow to show me a better price. And then he emailed me last night and said, well, I can't do that and you can't cancel until 2023 because you're within 30 days.
I need to see the contract.
I'll get a copy of that for you. Because
Fair enough.
that's kind of dirty law.
So how,
Evergreen clause, it's what.
I guess the question is,
It's
and I
what
mean,
Comcast does.
it's not gonna really make a difference, but when did you start calling them prior to the 30 days?
I tried to call last Friday.
I mean, is that 2 days before the 30? Is it?
It would have been yesterday, my calculations is 28.
So you were within 5 days, 4 days of the 30 day, and you couldn't get a hold of anybody?
I just need to see what like a lot of them will have like a specific method of cancellation, not just a time frame. Like, we must receive written notice by such and such date prior to the expiration of the contract and the auto renews.
And I think it is written notice, but I did send the representative for our area an email and said, I want to cancel.
What day? More than 30 days before?
And Tuesday.
Jeff, was this a contract we signed?
No, I don't think you would. He got approval, I think, from us to do it.
Okay.
It's the 16th.
That's why,
So wait, you got it last Tuesday or this Tuesday?
This Tuesday. I sent it.
It's 15th.
Finally,
So yesterday.
yeah, I finally figured out who the ref was.
Yes.
By that 30 days.
That is exactly,
February's short,
but when does the contract expire?
March 15th.
March 15th.
Oh.
February's short.
We're not close.
No, you're 2 days off, because February's 28 days.
Let's leave you.
Is it legal?
No.
another, we may be stuck for a year with it.
If we have to keep it for another year, we have to keep it.
Alright.
Okay.
So,
Give me their contact information
okay.
and the contract.
What else you got?
The next thing, I just wanted to fill you guys in on, the National Center for the Missing and Exploited Children. I don't know if you remember back a month or so ago up in Brown County, that State Park, their security guard came across a suspicious vehicle.
Yeah.
Notified the law enforcement agencies up there. They found a 14-year-old girl that had been abducted from New Mexico, I believe. And with us being right on the 65 corridor, this was all free training to be a missing kids readiness program. I have had all my staff go through the training, which was absolutely free. We adopted policies that they suggested, and we're in the process of getting that approval, and then we'll get a nice shiny flag that
Says we're certified.
says we're certified. But it's a good thing to do. It was all free training, more training for my staff, so Hopefully within the next week or so, we'll have that certification.
Good thing.
Sounds good.
Staffing update, I had a young lady by the name of Christian Harold give me a 2 weeks notice last Friday. Her last day with us will be next Friday. She is pursuing her dream of being a social worker. She got a job with Park Behavioral.
So is that one of the new hires or somebody that's been with us?
She's been with us about a year and a half.
Good for her.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I told her, you're bettering yourself, you're going for something that you want to do. I support you 100%. She is going to stay with us part-time, so. And I had a girl that was part-time that was hoping to go full-time, so that worked out.
So you got a part-time opening then?
Yeah, we are going to reach out for additional part-time.
Sounds good.
The radio update is EMS was having some issues with a buzzing sound when we dispatched them.
Yeah,
And
I get it all the time.
Yeah, it should be better. Nick says it's better on EMS's end anyway. They came in, found that it was power supply, they separated those, moved some antennas, and it's cleared that up.
Especially when it's EMS and fire.
Nick's happy with that. The other part of the radio is we now have the patch capability.
That was on my list too.
You have the what?
Patch.
Explain that.
Basically, I can pick up this radio and turn it on.
Zone 1, channel 13.
That's an 800.
Yep.
That's a low band?
This is a low band. I can,
Or you got one of the fancy ones, mine don't do that.
yeah, I can radio dispatch on my EMA channel and say, dispatch, patch me through the county fire. What they'll do is they'll select those two channels, and then I can talk to Mike, and we don't have to change his radio channel.
But the other flip of that is, can't you do that with the 800s?
We can do it with any channel that we have in our console.
And that's where, Michael Smith with, that you met up in Crown County. He said that there is a patch, and that's what he was talking about, this patch for 800s. So if Park County's got a pursuit coming into Scott County, and they're running 800s, and our city police or county or whoever is on low band, once they both are communicating with dispatch over, he can push this blue button on the dash or on the panel up there, and they can talk to each other. But they're talking through our panel up there.
So I don't have Clark County's 800 channels in my console, but I could patch the OMA channel, which is the state mutual aid channel, that they do pursuits on to any of our channels, and I can do up to 9 channels at a time. The only drawback to that is with this radio, if I told dispatch to patch me to the sheriff's 800 channel, when I key up, I know you two are familiar with it, you might, the 800, when you key up, you get that
ring,
that tone.
Beep, beep, beep.
Yeah. If we patch a low band to the 800, you're not gonna know if you got a busy signal.
So I don't know if I'm talking to them or not.
Yeah.
Well, but if they're not talking to me back, I'm gonna figure that out.
Yeah. Now, the 800 will work perfect patched to a low band, because it's gonna operate normal for them. That's the only thing you have to keep in mind. You have to key up, wait 3-4 seconds before you start transmitting, if you're gonna get patched to an 800 megahertz channel. So hopefully that'll.
I think that's gonna be a big plus.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm gonna be honest here, it don't happen very often, so.
No, it doesn't happen very often. Not very often at all.
So what else you got?
Jefferson County's EMA director met with me. The title to sign for that trailer. The B&B sent it back. this, so. If you guys are okay with my, then we'll just,
Yeah, I mean, 10 in the morning, 9 in the morning.
9 is canceled.
there's a few
Nick
signatures
just
there.
can't, Nick
And this
has
is-
recent development and the
Yeah,
9.
you've already signed the title.
So
Oh,
you
the
just
old
have
Dom
to
that
be
was
here at
wrong?
10.
So we have a 10 o'clock meeting with
That little down with disposers.
Council.
executive session.
No, 10 was open.
And what's that about?
EMS, we're, council's
Do
coming
we have a meeting in the morning?
What's our
at
address
10
here?
o'clock.
Okay,
The 9 o'clock is canceled,
okay,
yes. It's an open meeting at 10,
okay, all right.
yes. 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Eric.
But it's,
I want another hour sleep anyway, thank you.
I just want to have to be busy at 9 o'clock. Yeah, it's good for me, I'm down to 5 meetings now.
Right, I get that.
Stay here.
Might as well.
The bed in the back there.
The only other thing I can get just from Tammy tomorrow, or FID number.
I'm not doing Tammy tomorrow.
I think I've got it in my
Just
office.
teasing.
actually. It's
Yeah,
the
I'm
federal
just
ID
teasing.
number, right?
Yeah, just come, yeah, whatever you need, that's fine.
What else you got? Randy's trying to get out of here.
We all are.
John's gotta go to, John.
Yeah, doing my thing.
Rocky Mountain Nursing Home,
Yeah, yeah.
Just our recent weather. I ran some numbers and from 10 a.m. Thursday, February 3rd, which is when it basically started turning to ice around here, until noon on February the 5th. Our calls for service for the number of trees down was 4, slide off accidents 7, property damage or personal injury accidents 8, and calls for utilities out 6. So,
Well, I'm gonna put a, since you said that, I'm gonna put a shout out to the, I guess, to the residents of Scott County, because, they heeded everybody's advice and stayed home. I mean, we were out for a couple of runs for the fire department, and there was no one on the road. I mean, and no one, and the businesses shut down, the ones that could or whatever, but I was pretty happy Thursday that, it was, I'm gonna say, because I've seen it the other way, it was pretty uneventful in my opinion, so.
I will say, I was down to the highway department, and they talked about, once we went to the highest level, that they just, it was so much easier for them, the cars were off the road. And, so, yeah, you're right.
that was no educational period. Now we all know that if we go to a level red, that only pertains to the roads that you control, and it doesn't force businesses to shut down.
Well, that was always what I was told, that if we go to red, that you're forcing businesses to shut.
I mean, you
And I
can,
was never going to go for that,
you
but
can make that stipulation.
I get that, but it's not my job to determine their revenue. If they need to be taking care of their own employees, and I know everybody here got phone calls, you included, that said, how come you're not in red, because my business, or my place of employment's saying that they go off of what you do. Well, that's
up to them.
That's up to them. They make those, their managers make those decisions, and they need to do it, because there's a lot of them that shut down. And they shut down when we were orange, not red.
Yeah.
So I've explained that, I asked you to just explain it, you did it on Facebook, you went to the radio station and did it, and I appreciate that, because like I said, people were just ripping up saying, I gotta go to work, and, well, that's.
I mean, I could see it if we lived in a coastal area that had a hurricane coming in. I mean, that would be a different situation, but.
This was basically a traffic issue.
Also, you also gotta realize that if the governor issues a state of emergency, that changes everything. I mean, and that changes our status, I mean, and so then, that didn't happen though.
It would be hard pressed to find the governor to shut down.
Well, they haven't watched shut down the interstates, so.
I mean, there's a lot of truck drivers, because I pulled up the cameras along the interstate, and it was dead. And like you said, people were staying off the road, truck drivers. I pulled it up Thursday night, and the rest part, north, south, and north lane, you couldn't fit a compact car in there, all the trucks off the roadway.
That's good.
And everybody did great, from the public to state highway, county highway. You know, getting everything cleared up. I still had ice in my driveway this morning, but not much.
Good deal. Anything else?
I don't think so. Michael Dyer, I did give him the contacts. He wanted to start, reaching out about getting agreements for the 3 sites.
You know that's not done yet.
Yeah, I know. He just wants to have everything
Okay.
there ready.
Well, I just wanted mainly to have it locked in. Do we have to advertise it for 10 days, it wasn't?
You're talking about the,
Radio system.
radio system, like,
We had advertised, we couldn't meet the criteria to get it to the council last time because they didn't have 10 days. So you were going to advertise it for 10 days for their meeting in March.
and yes, and we had a hiccup with our legal
Well,
outlook.
actually, I don't know what happened but talking with Zach about that newspaper thing is he's saying we can't use the local paper. So,
There's an additional state statute for counties that doesn't apply to schools or cities.
I get that. So,
We are attempting to use a different service that would,
an internet service?
no, cause the statute has to do with local circulation, it doesn't have to, and we're trying to figure out if this one will be sufficient in this type of situation, cause it's a paid for publication with local circulation for the time being in like an emergency situation.
No, but he's aware
Okay, we're good.
that we did it to lock in the price, that has to go to council. We locked in on that price, but he just wants to start talking to them, answering their questions. In case one of those sites falls through, you can look for something else.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Good man, Jeff.
All right. Doing a good job.
Even if you do talk bad about me.
It all depends, doesn't it?
No, he talked bad about me. To my face, so I'll give you that much credit.
All right, everybody had an opportunity to look at payroll.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to pass it.
Ratify the payroll. John makes a motion to ratify the payroll. Randy seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous. Consideration of the minutes for the regular meeting and I'm gonna throw in the special joint meeting. Everybody had an opportunity to look at the meeting minutes for January 5th and also the February 2nd. Randy?
Yes.
Randy made a motion.
Second.
John seconded that, and I'll make that unanimous, so. Mr. Attorney, you got any comments?
No.
Good.
I'll entertain, well, actually, let's stop a minute. Anybody got
Personal,
anything?
but
John, you got
I haven't
anything?
eaten it.
Hey,
Got any additional
I'll
comments?
think of something when I get home.
Randy, you got any additional comments?
Nothing to be made.
Not gonna be public. Let me check my stuff here real quick, but I don't think I do either. This thing's drug out super
Well, we
long.
gotta be back.
We're gonna be back here at 10 o'clock in the morning, so. I'll entertain a motion to close the meeting.
Please make that motion. I'll
John made
make
a
that
motion. Randy seconds that. I'll definitely make it unanimous.
Tammy, nothing personal, but I ain't staying and talking to